Okay, so the Parliamentary Party Betting and Gaming Group is a group of members of parliaments who are interested in gambling. I have a particular interest in gambling politics from a UK perspective. I've spoken at a number of conferences on this topic over the last 3 decades, and I have even written a PhD on British gambling politics. So that's who I am. I'm here today to talk about the future of British gambling regulation. As you know, we've had a rather fraught few years in the UK. This started with the campaign against the fixed odds betting terminals. Fixed odds betting terminals, for those of you who don't know, were high stakes gaming machines. They were electronic roulette located in betting shops. And there was a vociferous campaign against them, and it was very effective, basically because the gambling industry was utterly rubbish at campaigning back. What they did was just say, if you touch fixed odds betting terminals, it will affect jobs and taxes. And because the opposition were fighting on this is killing people, this is, just a piece of evil, and the gambling industry is rapacious capitalists, they won. And basically the outcome of that campaign, which has now been launched against online gambling, is we have a press, a public, and a parliament who hate gambling in the UK. And it's one of those things with politics, is you're either in or you're out. And we went from being in to out. And what this means is very little we do as an industry makes any difference. What I would be saying is, this is a very bad time to be in the British gambling industry, because we have stakeholders who are actively trying to do us down. So what is the future? Well, I have a very straightforward what is the future speech. And then the coronavirus came along. And I think that has changed everybody. Hang on one second. Aren't they great? So, going back to what I was saying, the political environment in the UK is absolutely anti-gambling. I speak to CEOs the whole time, and they're all pulling their hair out. Because what we have is a legacy of bad behavior. So a number of our companies a few years ago were really very poor in the way they looked out for problem gamblers and money launderers. And the Gambling Commission has investigated them, and the outcome of those investigations is coming out now. So every week we have one after another gambling company being fined millions of pounds for not doing enough on problem gambling and not doing enough on anti-money laundering. And I have to say that some of it is warranted, some of it is slightly excessive. If you actually count the number of people involved, if you count the number of problem gamblers involved, we are talking probably 10 or 12 each. You know, if you work out the total fines per problem gambler, it's probably, you know, over £1 million per problem gambler. Why? Because we have a regulator who is actively trying to attack the gambling industry. And I say that without any restriction. Since their previous CEO, Sarah Harrison, our regulator has turned into a political animal and knows that the more it does in the press beating up the gambling industry, the better it looks for them. And that just goes to fuel the fire. The Gambling Commission constantly coming out with fines, constantly coming out with comments about how the gambling industry has to do a lot better. And that is picked up by the press. We have evidence that our regulator has been manipulating the press to ensure that it used a report on children gambling, which didn't show there were children gambling, to make the press believe there were children gambling. So we have a regulator who is actively acting against the interests of the industry it is legally there to support. Now, from a parliamentary perspective, they really couldn't give a crap about gambling until it's a problem. And when the regulator is setting the tone that we are an industry out of control, well, the press go crazy. So as I was saying before, I, for a second, thought I was just shouting into an empty room, which just literally I am. Everything now with coronavirus has changed. So on the one hand, no one gives a crap. But, and on the other hand, this could be the real killing off of the British gambling industry, because the anti-gambling campaigners are saying that forced isolation is causing people to gamble. And there is some evidence that there is more gambling online. Now, what we don't know is whether or not the complete close down of the land-based gambling industry has just been shifted to online, or whether actually there is more and more gambling online, which I wouldn't be surprised, because people are spending more time at home and are bored. And gambling is fun and exciting, and why wouldn't you sit at home and have a little bit of a gamble? But because of the political environment we are in the UK at the moment, anything which suggests people should gamble is considered a negative. Let me give you an example. last weekend we had the virtual Grand National. Grand National is a horse race over jumps, world famous, which is why I'm having to tell you about it. It happens every year, and the whole British public takes an interest. You know, it's one of those times when people bet on horse races when they don't bet for the rest of the year. Now, obviously, with the virus, they couldn't hold it. So what did they do? They did a virtual one, cartoon racing, and I have to say, they sorry, there is a group of MPs who wrote a letter, went to the press, and argued it was shocking that this was going on. Now, let me point out that if you wanted to bet on the Grand National, you were limited to £10 per horse, and all the profits were going to the National Health Service. Yet we still had a bunch of politicians who felt capable that they could make a big thing about it. Now, what we've seen elsewhere around Europe is people starting to bring in, okay, maximum losses, closing down of online gambling, real over-the-top reactions. What my worry is if we start going down that line, and it wouldn't take much. It really wouldn't take much. If we go down, or any country goes down that line, it's then very difficult to go back. So, in essence, the future of UK regulation is much stricter regulation. So what we're going to see is an increase on this concept called affordability, where gambling companies will be expected to find out how much their customers earn and work out how much they then have to spend, what their disposable income is, and make a judgment about what is an acceptable amount for gambling. It's ludicrous. You know, I can sit here and order 400 bottles of vodka. No one gives a crap. But we will soon be in a place where if I have over 50 quid betting in a week, people will be intervening and everything like that. So that will kill off the industry. It's not what it will do. Where we're going to end up is a UK industry which is probably a third of the size it is now. And I mean by number of operators. So if you take it, we have the total gambling market. Currently, there are about 550 licensed operators, and they are splitting that up between them. Now, the increased regulatory cost will mean we will probably lose 300 of those operators. Now, what that will mean is that the size of the industry will just divide up between those remaining 200 far bigger operators. And that, I think, is what the regulator wants. Less operators means less active regulation. And all evidence is that our regulator is happy doing big pieces of investigation work, which gives it good PR. But the day-to-day dealing with lots of small operators, it's not that bothered about. So I think it's happy with a lot less operators, and obviously smaller numbers of bigger operators is better, because from a regulator's perspective, bigger companies regulate better because they have bigger compliance teams. Also, what will happen is we're going to have a far bigger black market targeting the UK, because customers are going to go, someone in government has decided that based on my income or their assumption of my income, I should only do this much gambling. Well, being a free-spirited person, no, I'm going to go to the black market, because the black market is just a few clicks away. And what we will see is increase, for the regulated market, more regulation, which means more cost and higher taxes. So the cost of doing business in the UK is going to go up. Why wouldn't you just have a Maltese license and target the UK? You would pay less tax. Now, it depends on what Malta is like on a regulatory perspective. But if they're too strict, you'd move somewhere else. I mean, what governments don't realize, and that is because we've given up on evidence-based policy making, looking at the science, which hopefully they're going to be doing with the coronavirus, but they've given up doing with gambling. Now it's just, which newspaper, which moral campaign do we agree with? What they don't realize is actually tougher and tougher restrictions do not mean less and less problem gamblers. What it means is problem gamblers go into the black market. And by increasing costs and making it too difficult to operate in the UK, you increase the size of the black market. So the government, right, I'm taking it, I'm back. So what I'm saying is governments are going to shoot themselves in their foot. Governments are going to shoot themselves in their foot by being overly restrictive. But they don't care, because governments last only a few years. And when you impose tough restrictions, the impact of that takes a few years to work through the system. So we've already seen, an end to credit cards. We're going to have affordability. That will be the killer. I think we'll have increased regulation on looking at basically where I think we will end up is there will be a limit to what you can lose per month, and it will be purely arbitrary. So it will be, say, £500. If you want to spend or lose more than £500 a month, you will have to go and prove to your gambling operator all about your sanity, your wealth, your source of wealth, probably the size of your feet and what you like to eat on a Tuesday, whatever they can throw into it. Because they have a belief now that, and this is what they've done, is for the last 10, 15 years, we had an approach to problem gambling, which was basically saying problem gamblers are born, and the best we can do is try and identify them and try and give them help. It's called responsible gambling approach. Due to purely politics, we now have what is called the national health approach, which is an idea that you need to reduce the amount of gambling. You use national health approaches currently in the UK to reduce the amount of alcohol being drunk, to reduce the amount of illegal drugs being taken, and to reduce the amount of knife crime. That is the category they're putting gambling in now. And the idea is the more you can do to make gambling restricted, the more you will reduce the number of problem gamblers. There is absolutely no evidence that this is the case. And I believe this will blow up in their faces, because all the problem gamblers will go into the black market where there is no obligation to give them any help. Why would, if you're a problem gambler and you need your hit, why are you going to mess around doing all this? You want to see my photograph of my passport next to my head with the newspaper showing the day, and here's 6 years worth of bank statements, and here in, talk to my accountant, and by the way, please take this written affidavit from my wife that, bullshit. Problem gambler is just going to go, oh, look, here's a gambling site based in God knows where. They will take my money and pay it out again. That's all I care about. So that will mean the number of problem gamblers will go up. And the regulated gambling industry will suffer because it will be seen as their fault. So where do we end up? Where's the end game? I really do think, first off, 80% chance gambling turns into the new tobacco, i.e. no advertising, real massive restraints on marketing, and it's basically just almost impossible to do business in this country. What do I think there's a 20% chance of? They nationalize gambling. There is one gambling organization run by the state, and that's it. So that's my good news. I'm taking it now. That's all I have to say. Do I take it now? I take questions. The banking opportunities versus regulation. So I think they will restrict banking opportunities more and more. So I think the days of being able to come up with 100 different ways of getting money to an operator are over. I think we can basically show, I think we'll, excuse me, I think we will end up in a place where the only way you would fund your gambling account in the UK is out of your bank account. And that is a bank account which has brought in a method to self-exclude. I mean, the obvious thing about self-exclusion, and for those of you who don't know, self-exclusion is where a player contacts the operator and says, I want to be self-excluded, and then they are banned from the website, usually for a period of a minimum of 6 months, and that can be extended up to 7 years. And we now have a national system called GamStop. So that means if you self-exclude with GamStop, you self-exclude with everybody in the UK. Now, that seems like a good idea, and boy, has it taken. So we're in 2020, and this first idea was to get a national one was 10 years ago. It's taken us 10 years to get that system in, and it doesn't work that well. The obvious thing is to use banking. Stop people at their bank account level from funding gambling if they feel they have a problem. So it's the banks, and this is the thing, is that that system only works if the only way you can fund your gambling is through your bank. If you've got loads of other payment methods, then you get round it. And I think what they will do is restrict those payment methods. Jeremy Phillips, how are you, sir? As I would expect, a fabulous question. To what extent do you think the UK GC could improve its position by offering operators clearer and more explicit guidance on regulatory settlements and restitution? I happen to know that part of the reason all the fines we're seeing now, the offence took place a number of years ago because basically the Gambling Commission has come in, says you've broken the rules, we're going to fine you, and then the deal is, then they start doing a deal. And so what happens is the company's lawyers go up against the Gambling Commission and they argue about what the fine will be. And what is ended up with, I'm not saying is an arbitrary amount, but what we have at the moment is 2 regulators of gambling, as in we have the Gambling Commission and the ASA, which is now the teeth of the ASA is with the Gambling Commission. But both those regulators, if you spend time looking through what they have done, how much they have fined, what they have, what they have called out, it almost looks arbitrary. The ASA has taken down adverts when one person has complained. The ASA has taken down adverts with the most broadest interpretation of the regulations. The UK Gambling Commission, I think, has imposed, for the number of people involved, really quite extortionate funds. Because I go back and I say, ignore, you know, we all focus on the amount of money. When you read about these enforcement actions, look at the number of people involved. So this is purely how you manipulate the press. If you go to the press with a headline that the gambling industry was fined, you know, 20 odd million pounds last year, the press go, well, they're all basically terrorists. If you go to the press and say, we actually only found less than 10 examples of where the rules were breached, compared to the millions of people gambling, it looks like the industry isn't doing too badly. And I would have to say, I've got friends in the industry. I've got one friend who's going through a license review at the moment. And the problem is what they're saying is, yes, if you take a very broad view of what we did, you could say, yes, we weren't good enough. But actually, if you look at it with that kind of good faith, what they were doing, they thought was good enough. It was just the Gambling Commission have come in and said, well, you haven't gone to the 20th degree. Now, because the Gambling Commission has spent so long saying, we want you to do far more, but we're not going to tell you what, no one in the industry knows what level they're supposed to be working at. So, yes, Jeremy, the UKGC really does need to be fair and open and basically stop beating up the industry, which it is legally required to support. Anyone else with a question? Right, I think I may have done my time. Unless, yes, no, right, I'm off. Thank you.
People love stories, especially when they are success stories. Want to hear my favorite? Come! This is the story of 1xBet, a bookmaker company which in just 13 years has become one of the world leaders in the betting industry. What is the secret of its success in a product that folks adore? And that the biggest brands trust. Thousands of events in pre-match and live. They could fit in this book. 195 volumes, but it's all on our website and mobile app, which, like the entire platform, is available in 58 languages. Allez les Bleus, bonne chance! So our players are literally all over the world. Un café, por favor. And they have access to a huge number of payment systems for financial operations. And, for the tech-savvy, even 50 cryptocurrencies. And 1xBet is not only bets on most popular sports like football, boxing and tennis, but also esports, TV series, TV shows, movies, politics, science and much more. And that's just what's relevant to betting. There are dozens of other products. Indeed, people need to enjoy not only the game itself, but also a variety of opportunities. And you know what our customers don't need? They don't need to fly to Las Vegas. Why? Because Las Vegas is in their pockets. The whole concept of 1xBet is innovation for your enjoyment.
And the winner is 1xBet.
regularly receive lots of various awards for that. But the greatest reward for us is your recognition. We are growing together and improving every single day. We are proud of our interface, which every single player can set up individually, keeping just the bits they really need, so that nothing distracts them on the path to success. And our round-the-clock support services team are competent specialists who will always help you out and help you avoid mistakes, answer your questions and sort out the issues. They are available 24/7 and they definitely speak your language. People love success stories, but to tell you how, it must be created. Do it with one.
Okay, guys, I think we are supposed to start.
Yeah, we're here. I can see us. Hello, good morning, everybody. I can see from the YouTube channel that there are some interesting things going on. That seems to be better. Hi. So I am Andy Danson. I am the head of the international gambling practice at Bird & Bird. If you don't know us, we're an international law firm with 30 offices around the world. Just a few weeks ago, I have to say I didn't really expect to be broadcasting to an audience from my 9-year-old's bedroom, but here we are. So forgive me if I'm interrupted by a small child at any time. I guess definitely a new experience for most of us. I hope wherever you are that you are safe and well and staying sane. Happy to say that today I'm joined by my colleagues who you can all see. We have Karin Soderberg from Sweden. We've got Wojciech Chilipek from the Czech Republic. Piotr Danowski from Poland.
Hi.
And Gabor Helenbai from Hungary.
Hi.
So today we are going to give you a little bit of an international gambling roundup using the UK as something of a point of comparison for what's going on in Sweden, Czech Republic, Poland and Hungary. We'll be focusing not just on what's happening from a regulatory point of view, but also what operators might want to be thinking about in terms of preparing for and adapting to what's coming. Obviously, at a time like this, we can't fail to mention the impact of coronavirus on the industry. And I think it is interesting to see what impact that is having from a regulatory point of view. So we've seen, for example, in Spain and Portugal recently, additional restrictions on the gambling sector, particularly during this period of self-isolation in order to protect consumers, whereas in some jurisdictions we've had completely the opposite approach. So I was reading that in Colombia they are actually relaxing regulatory restrictions on operators to help them through these difficult times. Now that would be an interesting approach to adopt in Europe. So Steve has already given us a UK update. So I don't want to dwell with too much focus on the UK because you've already had that. I think just to summarise what's going on, though, we've obviously had a pretty sustained anti-gambling campaign in the national press. We have hostility towards the gambling sector in Parliament. We've had a dramatic increase in Gambling Commission enforcement. We've had the shift that Steve was talking about from evidence-based policy making to a public health approach, which means a more precautionary approach to policy making in the sector. We have a formal review of the Gambling Act coming up, which will lead to an inevitable tightening of regulation. Steve focused rightly on issues of affordability. I think we could see online stake limits, a mandatory problem gambling levy. There will certainly be, and the industry is already working with the Gambling Commission to look at curbs on VIP programs and responsible game design. There will be, I'm sure, more restrictions around advertising, gambling in the UK, and not just a continuation of the huge fines that we're seeing from the Gambling Commission, but also I think more and more risk of licenses being revoked and suspended, not just at an organizational level, but also at an individual personal management license level. I think COVID-19 provides additional threats. I mean, certain opportunities, but I think overwhelmingly threats for the industry in the UK and elsewhere. I mean, obviously there are clear commercial threats in respect of retail networks and betting operators generally. Obviously, with the lack of sport, it is a huge challenge that many of you will be feeling at the moment. From a regulatory point of view, I think one of the threats is that if there are temporary restrictions brought in during this period of self-isolation for consumer protection purposes, then will those be relaxed afterwards, or will they become the norm? And of course, what we have is not just a public health emergency at the moment with COVID-19, but also a very serious economic situation. And will governments need to be raising more taxes in the future? And of course, as we know, the gambling industry is always a relatively easy target from a political point of view in that regard. But that is enough of the largely bad news for the industry from the UK. Let's find out what's going on elsewhere in the world. So I'll start with Karin in Sweden. So obviously a lot has happened in Sweden in the last 18 months or so from a regulatory point of view. So tell us a bit more about that and what is likely to be the focus of the SGA in Sweden in the next year.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Karin and I work as a senior associate in Berdenberg Stockholm office. So as regards Sweden, I can see from the SGA operational plan for 2020 that a focus area will be responsible gambling and the so-called duty of care. And the duty of care includes different measures to prevent problem gambling, such as monitoring player behavior, take any actions if needed. For example, restrict the possibilities to gamble for a player, etc. And also to provide different tools to the players in order to keep track of the gambling. So up until now, it has been a bit unclear what the duty of care actually includes. So as far as I'm aware, it will be a focus for the SGA to clarify this during 2020. And in order to get a better picture of how the operators work with the duty of care, the SGA actually requested in the beginning of this year that all the operators which has a Swedish license to submit their duty of care action plan. It is a legal requirement to have this plan in place. So as a next step, the SGA will now go through all these plans and review what the focus areas should be, and also if there is any need to take any specific actions with regard to any certain operators with respect to the duty of care. So the SGA has expressed that there is a quite extensive need to clarify what is actually within the scope of duty of care. So hopefully that will become more clear during 2020. Also, as I understand, the SGA will have as a focus during this upcoming year to review how the operators are handling the self-exclusion registry and the requirement to be able to self-exclude. And this could also be said to be part of the duty of care. And as far as I'm aware, one of the other focus areas will be AML. The SGA is actually stating in this operational plan for 2020 that the SGA will request information from operators how they're handling their AML issues. The SGA is planning on on-site doing on-site visits. So yeah, it can be mentioned that the SGA actually recently published their own risk assessment, where they are talking about risk and threats with respect to different types of gambling. So that could be interesting to like take a look at and compare to the operator's own risk assessments, because this will be area which will be in focus during this year. So, and other than that, as you probably are aware, during the last summer, the Swedish Consumer Agency made an audit of the operator's gambling marketing, and this resulted in a report. And it seems like the Consumer Agency is now following up this report to see if the operators are actually if they have adapted to the recommendations within the report. And in the cases where there hasn't been any adoptions, there has been supervisory matters. So there is also a focus on the marketing side during 2020. And as regards to Consumer Agency, I believe that it was already in 2019 talks about that there will be a review of the terms and conditions, the operator's terms and conditions. So I think that is something that might happen during 2020 as well. And I think it will be relevant both for EULAs and for specific terms and conditions for bonus offers and such. And yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. I think that's interesting. A lot of what the SGA seems to be looking to doing this year is quite similar to what the Gambling Commission is currently doing and has been doing over the last few years. Certainly that sort of coming in and doing hands-on investigations. The investigation into terms and conditions is something that operators in the UK went through a few years ago, where our Competition and Markets Authority, along with the Gambling Commission, did a thorough investigation there, which led to a number of changes. So it will be interesting to see how that plays out. Have you got any thoughts on how operators should be preparing for what's coming?
Well, my recommendation would be to actually make sure that all of the procedures works in practice, meaning that the duty of care procedures and actions are properly implemented, that it's not only within the duty of care action plan, but it actually works. And also review the marketing, make sure that it is compliant, stay up, continue to be updated within this area, because I think this is an area which will be revisited many times by the Consumer Agency. So basically just make sure that everything which you're, as an operator stating that you're doing on paper, just make sure it also works in practice. Yeah, that's my recommendation going forward for 2020.
Right. Thanks, Karen. And I should just say that anyone wanting to ask questions, I think given the nature of the online conference, what we'll do is take questions at the end. So if you have any questions throughout, please do send them through, and we'll try and pick them up at the end. So if you've got anything for Karen or me, let us know. We will now, I think, move on to Wojciech in the Czech Republic. So obviously, I think from our perspective, since the Czech gambling laws changed in 2017, there's been quite a period of disappointment, I think, for international online gambling operators. Wojciech, have there been any developments recently that suggest that the regulator's approach might be changing at all?
Not really, Andy. Basically, the situation remains to be the same. There was a personal change in the department of the gambling department at the Ministry of Finance. They have a new head since the last year. but there hasn't been any change practically with respect to the approach to issuing licensing or generally to the regulation. There is still only a handful of online licenses issued, mainly to the domestic incumbents, very few to the international operators, because although the new law that you mentioned looks quite okay on paper, there is still lots of discretion for the regulator, for the ministry, to assess applications for the licenses, and they really have been very restrictive over the years. So in that respect, the situation is still pretty much the same. On the sort of regulatory side, the news over the last few months or over the last year have been the adoption of the new reporting regulation. So basically, the system where the operators are transmitting various data to the regulator, that's already been in place. It's working. And also the Czech regulator will be putting in live the envisaged system of sort of central system of banned players. So that's supposed to be rolled out towards this year end. What we've seen basically is that while the regulation is, or there hasn't been many sort of changes in the regulation or very good news with respect to issuing new licenses, there has been sort of lack of enforcement at the same time. So in a way, the regulator is taking it relatively easy on those who have the licenses. Of course, those who don't, those who are sort of on the more reputable operator category, they basically pulled out of the market, and arguably, basically to confirm what Steve was saying before, I think that those hardcore players basically move to the black market because basically there isn't any alternative. Probably the last thing that's somehow in the pipeline is some sort of alleviation to the AML regulation. So there is a draft law which would basically alleviate the face-to-face client recognition or face-to-face AML, which of course is quite advantageous for the local players, but not so good for the foreign online operators. So we'll see whether that comes to life. If it does, it will probably not be before the end of the year. So that's a regulatory summary from the Czech Republic.
Thanks, Wojciech. And that's interesting what you mentioned there about growth of the black market as a result of the Czech gambling laws and the restrictive nature of them. I mean, just thinking about what Steve was saying earlier about the risks of that happening in the UK, I think are very relevant for policymakers to be considering. I know that gambling taxes in the Czech Republic have increased recently. Can you tell us a bit more about that and how that might affect the market?
Sure, that was actually the biggest news and the most discussed topic in the industry over the past months, because basically the Czech government decided or wanted to raise gambling tax pretty much across the board as part of a sort of more general hike in taxes that addressed the sort of the addictive products or addictive industry. So it was basically part of this package that would raise taxes for tobacco, alcohol products, as well as gambling. And as I said, the original plan of the Ministry of Finance was to raise the taxes pretty much for all games. Well, the result is that basically only the tax on lotteries was changed from 23 to 35%. And arguably, lotteries are not the most addictive of all the sort of possible gambling activities. And that, of course, affected a lot the lottery businesses, which had to rewrite their business plans, maybe abandon some products that they had in the pipeline, because, of course, that was quite a big increase in tax. That was a part of this package was also was also introduction of an income tax on winnings, because before there was basically no tax on winnings. Now there is a 15% tax on winnings above a million Czech crowns threshold. So these have been the news. Of course, so far only the lottery market was affected, but now with the COVID-19 situation, even though I don't have the crystal ball, I think that the next natural step for the government will be to increase tax also on sportsbook, e-casino, all the other games that that were not passed this time. But surely the government will be looking at where to get money to basically to cover the downturn that I think everyone expects. So I guess that probably will be what's going to happen, which makes really the Czech market really uninviting to foreign operators, of course, because not only the regulation is very strict and it's very difficult at the moment to get the license, but with those tax hikes, it doesn't make much sense to enter the market from business perspective either.
No, understood. So thank you very much for that, Wojciech. Let's move over to Poland now and Piotr. So again, at a similar time to the Czech Republic, I know that Poland introduced pretty significant measures to keep unlicensed operators off the market. So we've had blacklisting and payment blocking mechanisms. Piotr, how have those been working so far?
Yeah, so indeed, as you noted, in 2017 we had this major reform, which was mainly aimed at keeping unlicensed operators off the Polish market by introducing domain blocking and payment blocking mechanism, but also by expanding the state monopoly to redirect the stream from the black market into state-controlled companies in the online gambling. So now we have the only licensed online casino in Poland, which is run by the state monopoly. Well, apparently, based on the results both published by the license operators and the government, the payment blocking and domain blacklisting mechanism seems to work relatively well. The revenues of the license operators have increased very steeply in the recent 2 years, basically doubling the numbers. Also, the results published by the government for the state-owned online casino seem to be quite promising, and some data which is available says that the black market share in Poland has decreased from about 80% that we used to have in the past to about 50-60% at the moment. So it is still reasonably high, but you can see a significant cut to what we used to have. Of course, there are and there were some flaws with these mechanisms. And there was a report issued by the Supreme Audit Office of Poland last year, also on the blacklisting mechanism, and certain improvements were suggested. Therefore, the Polish Ministry of Finance already last year prepared a draft new bill to the customs regulation, not the Gambling Games Act as such, but to the customs regulation, where the part of it was also amendment to the blacklisting mechanism in Poland, aimed at actually improving the mechanism. So currently, the domains that can be blacklisted are the domains which are addressed to the Polish audience, either by being available in Polish language or being advertised in Poland, or otherwise where the link can be found. The new proposed bill says about website being available in Poland. So now basically a website in any kind of language, including, I don't know, Indonesian, and not being really promoted or specifically targeted at the Polish audience, could potentially be blacklisted if only a Polish player is would be technically able to access that sort of site and play. And there are also some procedural changes because currently all the decisions on blacklisting need to be formally approved by the Minister of Finance. The new bill proposes that it will be actually delegated to the heads of the local and regional tax offices, so it will make the procedures way quicker, even though even now you have basically a couple of dozen new domains blacklisted every 2 weeks, and we already have well over 10,000 domains blacklisted in the Polish register. Of course, we'll see how that will proceed, because as I said, that new bill was already prepared last year and actually was struck down because we had parliamentary elections in fall last year. And in Poland, we have this rule of discontinuation of the works of the parliament. So in theory, all the legal acts which were not processed by the parliament are abandoned by the new parliament. But the new parliament decided to take this bill on their legislative works list as well. So it has a new number, but will be continued. But it's hard to say when it will happen now, taking into consideration the current situation and that there are probably some other legislative priorities in the pipeline first. But similarly to what Wojciech has said, I mean, surely there's a lot of public spending currently going on in all the countries hit by coronavirus. So I'm sure the Polish government would also be interested in looking for the potential sources of revenue to cover those costs. So if they can generate any extra money from the gambling industry, they would be happy to do that.
Thanks, Piotr. Yeah, that certainly seems to be something of a theme. I also thought it was interesting that even with 10,000 sites on the blacklist and payment blocking mechanisms, you still have a 50 to 60% channelization to the black market. So I think that's a really interesting statistic. I mean, in terms of the operators who are licensed in Poland, what are they doing at the moment to keep their offers exciting, particularly given the lack of sport to bet on at the minute?
Yeah, so well, I guess similarly to other markets, primarily all the license operators, and in Poland that means basically betting operators, are of course trying to cover the loss they make on not being able to bet on real sports events, is to move and improve their offer on all kinds of esports and virtual sports events. So some operators have launched virtual league betting, where you actually bet on simulated matches of La Liga, the Spanish La Liga, or Premiership, which are basically simulated on the basis of the results of the last 50 real matches from the league prior to cessation of the matches due to coronavirus. Of course, you see a lot of new offers related to esports and other virtual events. You see a lot of new products on betting on lots of various events, like results of the presidential elections that we have in Poland this year, weather, exchange rates, and anything you can think of. But also one very fresh and gaining in popularity product that you can see in Poland is actually offering betting on virtual card games. So a couple of operators already launch in Poland an option with the product where you can bet actually on the result of simulated card game, being poker, baccarat, or war, which is quite controversial, taking into consideration that those card games that you bet on are in fact games of chance that are heavily regulated on the Polish market. So it could raise doubts as to whether this sort of betting could be to some extent interpreted as an attempt actually to circumvent the regulations on prohibition of that sort of online gambling for private operators. But surprisingly, and there were already some questions raised in this regard by the industry to the regulator. Regulator seems to be quite fine with that new offering. So more and more operators are actually now also making it a part of their offers.
Thanks very much, Piotr. That's it is interesting, I think, to see how times like this are driving innovation. So amongst all of the bad news that we're hearing from a regulatory and economic perspective, the idea, or I mean, particularly, I guess, if you are in virtual sports, or from a Polish perspective, innovative betting products like betting on casino games is a potential area of growth, and as is esports betting, I'm certain. And so I think it is one thing, hopefully slightly more positive to take away, that as with all difficult times, it does drive innovation, and that's something that I know many in the industry are looking at the moment. So that is an update from Poland. We'll move now to Gabor in Hungary, who's been sat very patiently there. So Gabor, how have the Hungarian regulations evolved over the last few years compared to other jurisdictions?
Yes, thanks, Andy. So Hungary is exceptional, and to be honest, does not really fit to this group of jurisdiction we were talking about, because in the last 6 years, the Hungarian regulation was not really developed or evolved. Back then, in 2014, the legislator took a very conservative and strict approach when regulated the gambling, and especially the online gambling sector. Since then, only minor amendments regarding the fine-tuning and updating of the AML rules, the KYC rules, or the gaming protection rules has been implemented. Back then, there was a non-liberalized market established, meaning that the local operators were really preferred. It means practically that only those operators can run a business in Hungary who gain a concession right from the Hungarian state. Concession right can be awarded by means of a public tender or by a discretional decision of the finance minister. And in practice, not one public tender was completed, and all the available 11 concession rights were distributed by the finance minister, which was not really a transparent way, at least according to the European Court of Justice. But let's talk about it later. That's it. So, state monopoly was established for online sports betting and online horse race betting. So only the fully state-owned gambling organizer can pursue this activity. And on the other hand, only those operators can run an online casino who already has a concession right for land-based casinos. So these two types of operations are closely connected, just like in Belgium. This makes the Hungarian concessionaires very comfortable position. So maybe that's why the first online casino was only launched in 2018, and currently only 3 online casinos are running in Hungary. However, it was coded by the system that international operators will challenge this system sooner or later, because after 2014, the Hungarian Gambling Supervisory Authority started to chase the foreign operators having no license in Hungary, started to block them, put them on a blacklist, impose fining on them, and these administrative decisions were challenged by certain foreign operators in front of the Hungarian courts. And the Hungarian courts had the courage to refer certain questions to the European Court of Justice, because in the meanwhile they revealed that certain questions are closely connected to the European law, and especially the principle of free movement of services within the EU. So after 2 years of litigations, the ECJ decided and made 2 landmark decisions, one in the Unibet case and one in the Sporting Odds case, where they finally stipulated that the Hungarian regulation is in conflict with the EU law, and more importantly, the sanctions imposed by the Hungarian authority cannot be applied against these foreign operators. So basically, these 2 landmark decisions resulted in the huge gray market developed in Hungary in the recent years. And there's a somewhat awkward situation that none of the parties interested in the situation were encouraged to change the status quo, because the Hungarian operators were super busy with setting up their first business, online business. So they just, I think, they simply didn't have the resources to lobby against the foreign operators. The foreign operators were obviously really happy about this because they can operate in Hungary without paying any tax. The state-owned gambling organizer was also really happy because they produced really nice numbers in terms of P&L. Since 2014, they almost doubled the revenue. So both the management and the owner, the Hungarian state, were happy. And finally, the Hungarian state, on the one hand, for political reasons, it was a good argumentation for the conservative government to argue against the EU and pose themselves as the protector of the Hungarian interest against foreign operators and the EU. And on the other hand, the Hungarian state budget is in a good shape. As all of you know, Hungary was one of the eminent states within the EU. Last year produced the highest GDP growth. So I think simply the Hungarian state does not really want it to deal with such kind of, say, small amount of taxes.
And thanks, Gamal. So the European Court of Justice landmark decisions, it sounds like the resultant explosion of a grey market in Hungary. Is that notwithstanding that I guess the current good times in Hungary, at least pre-COVID-19, but is that likely to have an impact on Hungarian law? I mean, obviously, Sweden a number of years ago was on the wrong end of a number of European decisions, and that led to a complete overhaul of gambling law in Sweden. Do you see anything like that at all coming down the line in Hungary?
Yes, sure. So coronavirus crisis hit the Hungarian market as well. The state gambling organizer suffers under the COVID-19 restrictions pretty much. What we see from the numbers, the first numbers, for example, 20% decrease in lottery games, 70% decrease in sports betting. So the numbers are not so encouraging that it was a month ago, and also the Hungarian budget, state budget, will be no more in good shape. I mean, needs more and more income. So I think it would be a reasonable step to introduce a very appropriate regulation of the online gaming sector, whereby foreign operators could get a license in Hungary and pay taxes to the Hungarian budget. So due to the short-term bad news, I think we can be optimistic that this is the right time and right place to introduce a new state-of-the-art regulation in Hungary.
And no, I think it's very nice to finish that roundup with some potential good news. Let's I won't necessarily hold my breath, but I'll certainly be crossing my fingers for that one. So I think some of the themes that we identified there, I mean, with the exception of Hungary, I think we're looking at a picture of tightening regulation. I think we're looking at a picture of potentially increased tax, but what with potential innovations, technical and game and product innovations brought about by partly by COVID-19, and also the potential for at least in Hungary, and who knows, perhaps elsewhere, something of an opening up.
Okay, yeah. So there's one question regarding if we could comment a bit more on the SGA's approach to responsible gambling. And well, one comment is that well, it's quite unclear what constitutes responsible gambling and the duty of care. And also, I think that the SGA is aware that it's unclear. And I think the ambition when they started to collect all these responsible gambling action plans was to kind of decide what the operators should do, get a picture of what they're actually not doing, and kind of scope out what should be within the duty of care. Because I agree, it's very hard to tell if you as an operator are doing the right thing or not, since it's very fluffy. But hopefully this whole exercise with collecting the action plans, with taking some more hands-on measures, and maybe also clarify some of the regulations which has been drafted by the SGA, might clarify and get give the operators a better picture of what is actually expected. Because as far as I'm aware, the only thing which is clear now is that, well, you have to have some tools to control gambling. You have to enable for the players to set time limits, stake limits, etc., and for the players to be able to exclude. But that's pretty much the only thing with it which is straightforward. So well, hopefully all of this work which is going to be done and which is highly prioritized during 2020 will make it a bit easier to actually know if you're compliant or not. So yeah, comment there.
I don't know if people can hear me and if I'm working again, but
Hey.
Yeah, hopefully I am. Does anyone else have any other questions? Thank you, Karen. Well, we are pretty much at 11:35, which is the end of our appointed time. So if there are no further questions, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
People love stories, especially when they are success stories. Want to hear my favorite? Come. This is the story of 1xBet, a bookmaker company which in just 13 years has become one of the world leaders in the betting industry. What is the secret of its success in a product that folks adore? And that the biggest brands trust. Thousands of events in pre-match and live. They could fit in this book. 195 volumes, but it's all on our website and mobile app, which, like the entire platform, is available in 58 languages. Allez les bleus, bonne chance! So our players are literally all over the world. Un café, por favor. And they have access to a huge number of payment systems for financial operations. And, for the tech-savvy, even 50 cryptocurrencies. And 1xBet is not only bets on most popular sports like football, boxing and tennis, but also esports, TV series, TV shows, movies, politics, science and much more. And that's just what's relevant to betting. There are dozens of other products. Indeed, people need to enjoy not only the game itself, but also a variety of opportunities. And you know what our customers don't need? They don't need to fly to Las Vegas. Why? Because Las Vegas is in their pockets. The whole concept of 1xBet is innovation for your enjoyment.
And the winner is 1xBet.
Thank you. And we regularly receive lots of various awards for that. But the greatest reward for us is your recognition. We are growing together and improving every single day. We are proud of our interface, which every single player can set up individually, keeping just the bits they really need, so that nothing distracts them on the path to success. And our round-the-clock support services team are competent specialists who will always help you out and help you avoid mistakes, answer your questions and sort out the issues. They are available 24/7 and they definitely speak your language. People love success stories, but to tell your own, it must be created. Do it with 1xBet.
Hi. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. Welcome you back. I hope you had a nice break, coffee break or tea break, but let's get back to the subject. My name is Victoria Soltis. I'm the founder of PSP Angels. We are a payment consulting company. We are helping high-risk merchants to find the right card processors or bank accounts, and obviously anything which has to do with payments. So I have 14 years experience with the high-risk industries and the banking sphere. I've got a finance and tax consulting company as well in Cyprus. And I'm here today to tell you a bit of information about the payments within the high-risk industry, specifically for gambling and gaming. And I will share my personal experience, how to get accepted by banks. Now, the main problem, what I noticed many times when it comes to high-risk gambling, gaming companies, and even other high-risk companies, which could be even content online affiliates, that the banks do not really like to work with such companies. The reason being is that obviously we are high risk, there is a higher opportunity for money laundering, and there is a higher opportunity for mistreatment for the customers. And obviously the banking license is on the line. So that's the reason that so many banks just completely withdraw themselves of dealing with such clients, which is very unfortunate for us because there is only a handful of companies that we can process payments with, unfortunately. But we need to understand that the ball is on their side. So like before, we used to go to our accountants and we asked them that, okay, I would like to start a new company. What would you recommend to me to start a new company? Which jurisdiction? What are the tax benefits of setting up a group as such? And the accountant came back to us and they advised different structures in different jurisdictions in EU, outside of EU, according to regulations and so on and so forth. Now, unfortunately, this is not the case anymore. We have to go to our payment specialist first when it comes to incorporating company and setting up a new structure. Why? Because it's no longer the taxman that we have to calculate with, of course, they too, but it's mainly for the banking. So our payment professional, our head of payments or payment consultants are the person who are giving us the right advice of how to set up a company. I'll tell you a very easy example. I had a client who had a very nice regulated company acting within the EU, and unfortunately the shareholding company was an offshore jurisdiction. It was BVI. And every single time that they tried to apply for opening a bank account, all the banks rejected them. Why? Because there was an offshore entity in the structure. And unfortunately, the banks are not even telling us why are they rejecting us. It's just a no, they close the account without any further explanation. And it's up to us to figure out that what was the problem, what was the sand in the machine which stopped us to have availability for good banking solutions. So this is very, very important. Always consult with your tax accountant, but always consult with your payment expert as well when it comes to setting up your company structure. And do not be afraid to change anything, because on the long term, it's better to have a good structure than paying a lot of money on the banking and unfortunately just missing out on the safer and better banks. Unfortunately, because we had just the wrong foot to stand on to start with. The second, and it's very, very common, and I'm just actually embarrassed even to tell that, the documentation. If you have a French company, or if you have a Cypriot company, or if you have a Spanish company, and the language of the documents are not English, don't even think about applying to the bank and try to push them to open an account for you. Because unfortunately, the bank compliance lady who's sitting there and deciding on your application, chances are they might not be able to translate those documents. And imagine that there are so many other applications on the line. So what you need to do, always get ready when you need to change anything with the bank, when you need to open a new bank account, open a new card provider agreement, open a new MID, always try to get your documents in order, translate what you need to translate, apostille what you need to apostille, have the shareholder ready, because when they ask for a selfie with the passport, then they need to be ready for that. So it's very, very important, get your documents ready. The third very common problem that I can see is that companies would like to trade globally, which is not a problem, but they are looking for a payment provider who can handle all their traffic from one MID. But obviously, it's a very, very hard one, and your conversion rate is going to be just bad. Why? Because you need to localize yourself. If you target the Polish market, try to get Polish payment providers, try to close a negotiation with them, try to find alternative payment methods, because your customers only feel safe when they see the understood and tried out methods when it comes to payment. And obviously we are in a high risk industry. All our clients or our players are already afraid of putting money into a new provider, a new operator. So give them the peace of mind that they can choose the understood and tested payment methods, because that's the reason that I can see so many times that the cards are rejected, because that card provider is actually nailing, for example, the Asian traffic, but it just doesn't work in Europe and vice versa. So always try to localize your payment solutions based on your target area. Now, the other tips, what I usually come across is that there are so many companies who are startup, and they don't have any processing history. They don't have any relationship with different banks, but they think that because the competition is getting good rates, they will get the good rates too. You have to understand that the bank is here to make one thing and one thing only, and it's making money out of you. So you have to understand that if the bank sees a startup, it's automatically a high-risk operation. The reason being is that you can estimate that you will process 200, 300, 1 million even per month. But if you don't have any proof behind it, the bank is simply not going to understand, and the bank is simply just not going to believe you. So what you need to understand that the relationship with your bank is so precious, and it's everything. So try to build a long-term relationship with your bank. It might be a bit more expensive in the beginning, but trust me, it's worth it on the long term. Why? Because there are so many things changing, and everything is changing so quickly that you need to have someone in the bank who alerts you that be careful, there is a new compliance procedure, we might close the account on you. Be careful, because if you're not giving us your updated, for example, passport copy, there's going to be a problem. So pay attention what your banker has to tell you, but your banker has to be motivated to work with you, which is the long-term cooperation, which is the common understanding between the companies, obviously your company and the bank, and you always need to follow what the banker tells you, because he's basically the best friend when it comes to payments. And of course, when you're a startup company, you need to understand that you don't have any footprint on the market yet. So either you try to use your existing connections from your previous work and try to build on those, or when you start up a brand new banking connection, you need to understand that the bank is in the position to tell you what is allowed and what is not allowed. And unfortunately, you have to keep low for at least for a couple of months until you build a good processing history. You have a low chargeback, you have low returns, you've got a good processing, and there is nothing fraudulent going on your website. So it's very, 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 very important that you build a good relationship with your banker. The other problem that I see so many times when it comes to processing is that people like to keep all their eggs in one basket, which is great, because obviously you build a good connection with your banker, you trust them, it's a long-term cooperation, it works, they alert you if there is anything changes. However, there's only one. What happens if that bank goes down? What happens if you go to work on Monday, try to log into your account, and unfortunately they just close the account on you? What happens if there is a maintenance with your payment service providers and you cannot accept cards for 2 days? Your whole operation, unfortunately, depends on the bankers and the banks and the acquiring and the payment providers' capabilities to serve you. And this is a high risk. So you need to understand that one provider might not give you the peace of mind, and you need to keep your eggs in different baskets. And I'm getting back to the original idea, what I mentioned earlier, that you definitely need to localize yourself. So you might be able to overlap different payment service providers in different jurisdictions just to help you out if something goes wrong. And trust me, something will go wrong sooner or later. I have seen so many times that the acquiring bank gets an inspection. What happens? They freeze the account, no money coming in for a couple of days. Or even, as I mentioned, the server is down and there's a maintenance problem. So don't always trust one bank. You don't always need to trust one payment provider. You need to have a backup always, because basically your whole operation depends on that. But then it comes to the interesting way of how you plan your payment. And this is when it comes to payment strategy. And this is when you need to have a payment expert either in-house, or you need to have your payment consultant ready to help you with that. Because you need to give good traffic to both of them. You need to build a good relationship with both of the providers. because meanwhile you are widening up your portfolio and mitigating your risk. They obviously want all your traffic. So it's a very, very fine balance of how to find the right banks, mitigating the risk by not processing only with one provider, but giving good traffic for all of them. So it's a very, very thin line, and it's an operational decision of what you're willing to pay for the benefit.
Late, but we had a bit of technical issues here. I hope you are all doing well in these bit challenging times, and I'm quite glad that we managed to organize this conference online and to discuss some important topics for all of us. As you may note from the agenda, my name is Adriana Minovic. I'm data privacy professional, head of data privacy in BET2020 Group, and I will today speak a bit about very popular topic for every business is how to improve the results through the extensive data collection and to achieve personalization, but in the same time to be compliant. Of course, the major issue here is from the privacy perspective, and hence I will try to clarify a bit this topic today. Well, when it comes to personalization, I think that we can all agree that this is definitely one of the primary agenda of each business, especially on the online business. I think we all understood that to be successful, we need to reach every customer, and we need to have a tailor-made experience in regard of our products and services, in regard of our marketing, and this is definitely something that we are all trying to achieve. Thanks to the development of the technology and to the online services and products, this is feasible today. And today we are able to offer the best possible experience to our customers toward their. I mean, this goes for every industry and especially for the online business. But it's not only on the agenda of the business. I think we can all safely say that even the customers see the benefits of the personalization. From my personal experience, I can say that I really love to see on Netflix the suggestion of movies according to my previous history of movies that I watched. So they really make my life much easier when they say, you know, hey, you might need to consider this or that because according to your history, this can be the movies that you are interested for. So as said, I think there are a lot of benefits, not only for the business, but also for the customers. However, of course, from the introduction of GDPR, this become quite challenging because the stricter data privacy rules just pretty much posed a lot of challenges that we need to consider when we try to deliver the personalized content or services, or even to use the personalized market. And that's why we will try to explain today a bit what would be the major implications that we need to have in mind when we engaged into personalization and use of data to deliver the personal services or the personalized marketing. I think on the first place, I will try to clarify some, let's say, the most important, the foundations for this, which are the starting points to start with, because unfortunately, since GDPR and data privacy laws in the form that we are seeing today are quite novel, there is no that much case law interpretation, and we cannot say that everything is covered. Unfortunately, technology is developing much faster than the legislation, and there are still a lot of legal uncertainties in this area. So that's why when we make the decisions about these kind of approaches, what we should have in mind is the foundation. These are what will guide us through this process. So in the first place, what's some underlining idea of GDPR and any privacy legislation is, on the first place, to know what you are doing. This is really important because everything starts from there. You need to know what kind of data you have, why you want to use the data, what's the purpose you want to achieve, for how long you need the data to achieve the purpose. So these are the essential questions you need to start asking yourself, because before starting any of this kind of activity, because this will make the clear picture in your head what you are aiming for. And of course, this will be necessary for your colleagues from the privacy departments that will need to guide you through this process. The second question, which is more also very important, and this is something where you can get a help from your privacy colleagues, is to pay attention on the specific implication that might happen as a result of personalization. First of all, you need to understand whether the decisions that you made based on the personal profiles of the customers will have some negative implications on the customers, or what kind of impact will be on the customers. And especially in this regard, you need to pay attention when you are making certain decisions, that you are not making the decisions that are based on biases or that might potentially discriminate certain group of peoples. And these are all very important safeguards that you can see from the GDPR and that you can go through with your colleagues from the privacy department, because they will pretty much guide you through this process. From my personal experience, good cooperation with the privacy department here is really important, because if you have a good cooperation, you will understand that they can even help you to sort out the data on the most appropriate manner, because what GDPR requires is pretty much to sit down and think about, okay, what's the minimum necessary data that I really need to achieve this? Is there any other way that I can achieve this, but that can be maybe less intrusive for the customer? Are my decisions, as I said, are not biased or discriminatory toward certain categories of people, or even if they will have some negative implications? So if you think through all these questions, you will see that their purpose is just to make crystal clear to you and your colleagues what you want to achieve and what's the best possible way for you and the customer, from both of course, and to be in compliance with the relevant legislation. In the end of the day, after going through all these steps and consulting, of course, your colleagues from the relevant departments, privacy departments, in order to find the most appropriate legal basis, how to conduct this, to see what are the legal requirements, comes the requirement of the transparency, because this is also one of the very important things that you need to have in mind. What customers essentially expect and what GDPR mandates. When you do all this exercise, knowing your data, knowing what you want to do, on which way, going through the data privacy legal departments, consulting about the legal requirements and everything, you need to explain it in your transparency, in your privacy policies or the concepts on the way how you're communicated to the customer. You just need to be transparent, because in the end of the day, they all expect, if you want to offer me the personalized services or the personal marketing, what's necessary for that? What I need to give you in return? I mean, what kind of data you will use or require from my end, so I will be able, as a customer, to see whether this is something that is acceptable for me or not. And these are pretty much, I would say, the baseline principles that you need to have in mind. Of course, depending on the type of the cooperation, what you want to do and how you want to achieve, there are a lot of specific details that you need to consider. But these are, I would say, some guiding principles that you need to apply in each activity or the project that is founded on extensive use of data and the personal. Now, coming to the other issues, lately we could see that there are a lot of challenges around this topic, and there are especially the biggest challenges, as some of you might follow, are related to ad tech technology, using the ad tech technology in marketing, especially for real-time bidding and advertising. Currently, there is a huge legal dispute over this, and where the Brave company, who is leading this process to challenge the use of this technology. And as you can see, what's the most important, the challenge that they are trying to explain in the use of this technology, exactly this, that it's hard to be transparent using this technology because of the involvement of so many parties, and because so much is going on in the back that the parties who are running this are not able to explain it on the easy and simple manner to the customers. And also because of the complex relation between the parties, it's practically really hard to understand who is doing what. So as you can see, the question of the transparency is really important to be able to legitimize your attempts to use the extensive use of data and to personalize your services, offers, marketings, or communication. Also, there is another important development that happened recently and that I think is extremely important, especially for the area of the marketing, and that's the new published ICO guidelines is about the direct marketing. They are quite extensive and they are covering a lot of topics in the marketing that are related to the personalization and profiling of users. But I think what I noted as three most important issues in these guidelines that will need definitely further development and clarification in the future are, on the first place, the concept of marketing and direct marketing, where in the guidelines this concept is quite broader because they are trying to make it more extensive and to include all the activities that led up to or enable or support sending direct marketing. In my opinion, I think that this kind of definition will cause, unfortunately, a lot of debates because in one corporate entity where pretty much every goal of every corporation or the company is to sell your products, of course, to generate your revenue, it's really hard to make the distinction between the direct marketing and the marketing and other commercial activities. I think this will be quite a challenge, and it will pose the challenge in any business because it will be quite hard to draw the line what's marketing activities, and especially if we take the account that these are activities that led, enable, or support the marketing activities, and what are the other activities that are not marketing per se. The second important issue that we could see from the guidelines is the relation between the parties when you use a third party to do your marketing activities. I think that in this part is quite a slippery slope, and here we need to be careful because somehow it feels that through any use of third parties to help you in doing your marketing activities, the burden is put on both parties in the equal way. And unfortunately, I don't think that this is the appropriate approach because it needs to be the clear distinction between the situations and the roles in which parties are, whether we have the relation of the controller and processor, where somebody is only acting on your behalf and pretty much doing the activities in your name. And of course, here you are liable because you are the one who is, in fact, just doing your activity through the third person. Or you have completely separate entity, separate independent controller that just made a decision to cooperate with you and to advertise your products and services through its customer database. And here I think that each party should be liable for its activities, and it has to be clear the distinction between what's are responsibilities of one party and another. And finally, there is the issue of buying and selling data brokerage, which is quite popular nowadays. And as you can see through the guidelines, they include a very challenging verification steps for the parties that want to buy and to sell the data. In my opinion, I think this is the topic that really needs further clarification, and it really needs to be put in the perspective. What's really feasible for one party to do in order to verify whether the other party is compliant? Because these are the practical questions that will just come up in the real life, and we need to understand, of course, that we need to do these activities in accordance with the GDPR principles, but also to understand that what's feasible in the given circumstances, and especially we need to take the account powers of the parties and relations in the every. That's why I would conclude this brief presentation with explaining these challenges, because I'm quite sure that in the future period we will see a lot of new developments in the area of personalization and the profiling. But what's the message that I want to send here, and what I think it's important to understand, is that this is not something that died with GDPR. That GDPR buried the personalization and the profiling. Quite contrary, with the GDPR, I think that we just got a framework how to do this, and this is feasible. And of course, there are many benefits, as I explained at the beginning, which are recognized even by the legislator when they impose this kind of legislation. But what is the idea? Is that we need to be quite sure what we are doing, and we need to have a complete clear situation about the data that we are using, and be sure that we are using in the most appropriate way and the way that is compliant with law. So that's pretty much the most important lesson that we can learn up to date. But of course, I think we will all need to follow the new regulatory developments in order to better understand this topic in the future. Thanks. Let's see if there are any questions. Okay. Well, let's wait for a while to see if there are any questions. Oh, okay. If there are no questions, I think I will call the day here and finish my part. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Anyway, if any questions, you can always reach me on my email and my contacts. Thanks.
Okay, cool. Sorry for everyone if there's kind of technical issues. I am just going to try and share my screen now. So let's see if I can do that. Okay. Can we? That doesn't seem to be working. Okay, so I'm going to just go through this remotely. Okay. Right, apologies everyone. Obviously, Corona's got the better of us, which is great. So here we go. So the thing I'm going to talk to you today about is about really how you as an operator can accept cryptocurrency payments, how you can also do it properly, and then some key things to know. I also want to kind of run through some of the benefits for both operators and kind of players themselves. So what I'm going to talk today, I'm going to break it down into 5 kind of key things. So the first thing is kind of who we at BCB are, how we fit into the crypto market, and why we feel that we can kind of talk to this kind of subject. The second thing is going to be the benefits of accepting crypto in gambling. Thirdly, I'm going to tell you how you can do it. And then fourthly, some kind of key points that I want to really run through that we've noticed are really prevalent to kind of this specific thing. Very finally, we're going to run through some questions. I'm not sure how I'm going to see them because nothing seems to be working, but bear with us and here we go. Okay, so BCB, so who are we? So we basically set up in 2017, a bunch of ex kind of bankers, and we came into the cryptocurrency space to set up a cryptocurrency trading desk. Now, initially, the hardest thing we realized about kind of coming to the cryptocurrency space is fiat, normal money, how it interacts with crypto and moving it around everywhere it touches crypto. So even just to do our basic job, which was kind of send and receive payments for the crypto trades, we had to set up all these kind of crazy payments rails through trial and error that in the end were actually so good that other kind of crypto businesses heard about it and wanted to use it. And this actually got the attention of the UK regulator, the FCA. And they approached us and they kind of said, look, this is a new industry. We don't know anything about it. We'd love you to be in the sandbox and we'd love to sort of learn about crypto via you. And would you like to be the kind of first regulated crypto company? Fast forward to today, regulated in the UK as an API, regulated in Switzerland. And we now do 3 things as a business. So the first key thing is we still offer trading services. So we still offer all sorts of kind of cryptocurrency liquidity services. We offer going in and out of crypto, but a growing part of that first trading bucket is the ability to just do deliverable FX. Now we bank a lot of different kind of crypto firms, and managing the FX risk and exposure and kind of moving FX between multi-currency accounts is a big part of what we do, and it's a growing part of what we do, which brings us on to the second thing we do. This is what we're known for now. So we offer banking to major crypto firms, and we offer it also to firms who aren't in the crypto space who want to touch crypto. Okay, the way the kind of banking laydown in the industry is at the minute in the US, you have US dollar banking kind of monopolized by 2 large banks. Beyond that, especially in Europe, it's very, very patchy. Now, we've been lucky enough that we bank basically the majority of the large crypto firms. So we bank some of the world's largest crypto exchanges, OTC desks, and other household names. And the reason that's sort of important is because now they're all in our ecosystem, we can improve and increase settlement times between these guys. So not only do we bank them and offer a really high service, but we also increase kind of settlements times and push through payments much quicker than if you were to say wait from a Hong Kong wire to New York, you know, which can take 3 or so days over the SWIFT network. So that's fairly key. We've also seen a lot more interest because we're so tech first and we do bank high risk. We've seen a lot of interest in the kind of like more high risk industries like entertainment and gambling. And we're now starting to kind of bank a lot more gambling firms, Forex firms who just want kind of technologically friendly, high service banking. The third thing we do, which again, I can't show you on my screen apparently, but is we can plug into kind of crypto custodians. So what's a custodian? A custodian is someone that can look after the crypto. So a lot of crypto firms sit on millions of dollars worth of crypto. It's a bearer asset, so you've got to keep it safe, a bit like gold or cash. We're not a custodian, but we plug into kind of custodians as well. So that's sort of kind of what we do. When you log into kind of BCB Online, you see all your bank accounts, and you can see your kind of cryptocurrency kind of held in cold storage somewhere else. So from a risk management perspective, you can see all your crypto, all your fiat, and you can send, receive, and trade between it. Pretty crucial. So the kind of next thing I want to go through, that's basically how we've had experience in this space. We've had a lot of gambling firms kind of come to us, can we accept crypto and you know, manage the payment and banking? I'll speak to that later. The next thing I want to run through is sort of the overall benefits of accepting cryptocurrency and gambling. So I'm going to break it down for the operators first, then I'm going to do the players. So firstly, the operators. So clearly, like, the first thing you guys want to be able to do as operators is access a wider market. Okay, you want to be able to reach the most customers possible. So to have crypto, all you need is a Wi-Fi connection, but not everyone in the world has access to banking and bank accounts, you know, especially in more developed nations. So you will gain access to kind of wider amounts of players. The next thing as well is, depending on kind of which jurisdictions you're in and which kind of normal currencies as an operator you can accept for gambling, you're going to remove an FX leg by accepting crypto. For instance, you might only accept kind of euros, US dollar, GBP, when you have kind of Japanese customers who've got yen that need to kind of transfer it out of yen into kind of one of the currencies you accept. And this can be kind of an FX leg, especially if you run it as well, that is kind of quite burdensome. So cryptocurrency is a really nice way around that. They're all global currencies. Everyone has them. You can send them quickly. And that's sort of kind of a key thing, which leads into the next point. You avoid really high bank fees. So some bank processing fees, you know, it can be multiple percent, especially for kind of cards. And cryptocurrencies, and it's quick. That's the next thing. They're really quick. You know, they can go in kind of seconds, if not minutes, depending on the cryptocurrency and the kind of the busyness of the network. Following this, another benefit for you is going to be fraud, a massive reduction in fraud. Obviously, as an operator, one of the biggest problems you have is chargebacks. Okay, if it's cryptocurrency, you can't reverse that transaction. You know, it's sent, it's more secure. So you reverse the kind of time and the kind of operator burdens, the burden on kind of dealing with chargebacks, which is pretty significant. Leads nicely into security as well. Actually, the kind of, like, it's a bit of a myth that it's riskier kind of dealing online in cryptocurrency. It's not. It's actually quite safe, and it can increase the security, especially when you can trace the roots of all the coins and the provenance of each coin. That can actually help kind of compliance. It also helps operators stay competitive. I know it's a slightly outdated kind of figure, but the only figure I could get on this was that in the industry, online casinos, about 15% of them accept cryptocurrency. Now, that figure is dated by about a year and a half. I would expect it to be a lot higher now. So you want to stay competitive, especially when you look at the metrics of the type of demographics that gamblers and online gamblers are. They're more likely to have had crypto. It's also kind of feeding nicely into the fact that, you know, as we said, online gamblers are more likely to have crypto. In fact, of people, and this is a recent study, of people that have done online gambling in the last year, those people, half of those people have traded crypto. And actually, of those people that have the crypto, they're more prone to trade high-risk assets, like high-risk equities. So they've got a higher risk appetite. So these are guys you're going to want as an operator in your casino and servicing them well. Coming over to the players, clearly, you know, if things are cheaper to send crypto and receive it and process it, then the fee reductions can actually be passed on to the players. And some kind of platforms do offer player bonuses for using crypto instead of fiat. Excuse me. Like I said, you get more access to more players. So in developing markets, you know, as long as you've got an internet connection, you can play online kind of casino games. The fast settlement also kind of benefits the player, which is good. And also kind of coming back to that security thing. Now, cryptocurrency offers privacy, not anonymity. Clearly, you still want to onboard these guys through the normal kind of KYC AML process, but privacy, because when that transaction is sent, although it's publicly available on the blockchain, there's no personal information sent about the kind of the payer to the payee. So the privacy is quite useful. Also, if you look at kind of since COVID's happened, I've seen a figure that Revolut has seen kind of 170% increase in the amount of payments that have gone towards kind of online gambling and gaming. That's it's one of the few use cases that still kind of so if you look at the few places that actually accept crypto, gambling is very much one of them. It's a whole industry, and a large part of it is used for kind of sending kind of crypto to. Gamblers online, like we said, are also more likely to use crypto. So clearly this services the needs of your existing clients. Actual kind of gambling on the blockchain can take two forms. It can be off-chain, which is what everyone knows, which is where you have a customer, an existing online casino. The customer sends their crypto to the online casino. That's what people know. There's also on-chain gambling, which actually uses the blockchain for the games. Now, that's growing in popularity because customers can verify that the games are not rigged. So it provides that extra level of comfort, which is pretty crucial for some players. Now we're going to talk about how. How do you accept your crypto? Okay, so first things first, you need to ensure that you are watertight in terms of kind of how you're laid out geographically and compliance and the regulation that affects crypto in the jurisdictions you operate. Clearly, it's different everywhere. In a lot of places, it's actually quite murky and unclear. But how you structure yourself as an entity will really affect how and how easily you can receive or send kind of crypto or use it. The next thing is crucial, and it's why BCB are in business: banking. Okay, if you want to start accepting crypto payments, you will likely have a normal bank. As a normal operator, you will have your own banking. Now, most banks have turned their backs on crypto. They don't want to bank crypto firms. Also, we're seeing in the last kind of 3 months especially, but certainly over the last 6 months, especially in Europe, a lot of banks that were sort of open to crypto are now really turning their back on it. Okay, so don't be surprised if you start accepting crypto payments or doing stuff with cryptocurrency and all of your banking for all your operations gets frozen, or you even get unbanked. Okay, worst way. So make sure you have crypto-friendly banking. I can't stress that enough, and that's certainly why we're in business. The actual way, the method you go to kind of receiving crypto or paying it out is you can either use an all-in-one provider like BCB, or you can use a third-party payment processor, something like BitGo. Actually, one of our clients, they do it fantastically. But if you use them, you're also going to need the crypto-friendly banking as well, guys. Okay. Just a few points to note here. Okay, that the main things that I would kind of stress above all else, if you're going to be doing this, the first one, we've mentioned it, but can't say enough: regulation. Just make sure you're watertight on regulation on where you operate and who you service. Okay, again, a lot of grey areas, but you'll need kind of legal advice and legal counsel on it, and don't skimp on it. Second will be the coins you can accept. Make sure if you want to be an above board operation, you do not accept what's called privacy coins. Privacy coins are exactly that. The provenance is private. You can't see where those transactions have come from. So they're more likely to have been used by money launderers and organized crime and other nefarious actors. So just be very, very careful with that. Third thing is that actually, certainly from inside the industry, the wider crypto market is massively improving. Infrastructure is basically there for traditional industry to interact with us, and there's huge amounts of money pouring in from traditional companies and traditional financial services companies into crypto. They've seen the benefits it can have for kind of global payments and the global kind of financial system, and it's really now in that build phase, but we're starting to see the fruits of it kind of like springing forth. So it's worth being on the front foot with this. Fourthly, this is a big one: be aware of the price risk of the assets you're accepting. Clearly, if you accept a normal currency like GBP and US dollar, they're pretty steady. Even on a volatile day, we're talking like 2% moves. If you're accepting something like BTC, Bitcoin, probably the most well-known currency, then you've got to be aware it's a more volatile asset. Normally, on average, it will move. It will have like a daily volatility movement of around 2%. But as we saw kind of in the COVID crash recently, it trades more like a highly volatile stock sometimes, and it actually tracks it. So you've just got to be careful with the underlying price risk. Now, there are ways around it, but it's slightly kind of probably more complicated than we've got time for here. One of the key things I would ask you to explore if you're interested is accepting what are called stable coins. So these are pegged to a traditional currency. So an example would be something called USDC that a big company called Circle have. That's pegged to the US dollar. Okay, all the benefits of a cryptocurrency in terms of speed and low transaction fees, but all the kind of benefits of a fiat currency as well, in that it's kind of one-to-one backed and it's low volatility. The last thing that I would suggest is kind of compliance. So make sure your compliance are really aware of how crypto works, but it can actually be of use to compliance. It can actually help and improve your overall kind of compliance and AML procedures, because, like I said, most of the volatility can be reduced and the provenance of each coin can be tracked, which is great. Most government agencies, when they kind of catch out criminals now and they see they've been using cryptocurrency, a lot of the time they think it's great because they can actually track and see where this coin's moved, and it can help them build evidence. So the old myth about kind of Bitcoin only being used for money laundering is sort of changed now as technology's improved. That's really it. I was going to just go on to kind of questions now. I will try and have a look to see if I can see any of the questions anywhere, but the tech hasn't been wonderful. Here we go. Right. Guys, yeah, firstly, I'm sorry I couldn't share my screen. It did have the presentation with a lot of kind of key things on. I would just point you to our kind of LinkedIn page, BCB group, and you can kind of get in touch. Hopefully we'll upload my presentation. You can kind of see it back. And also it has a link to our website. And please feel free to reach out kind of directly to our website straight after, just referencing the fact that you've seen me kind of on this conference, and I can answer kind of questions in more detail. But happy to, I can see the YouTube stream now. Happy to kind of answer questions if you fancy typing them out. Yeah, hi guys, ready to accept kind of questions when you're ready. Thanks very much, Tiago. No, really appreciated, mate. And yeah, Tiago, we find a lot of people who are in countries where they don't accept kind of cryptocurrency payments. You know, there are certain countries like in the Middle East, and they readjust kind of where their entity's listed, so they will move their entity kind of out of scope of that. If there are any other questions, really happy to answer them, guys. Likewise. Oh, here we go. Oh, hi, Oliver. Do I think stablecoin volume will outgrow other cryptocurrencies? Actually, potentially, yes. So if you actually look at kind of the stablecoin volume we see, that's certainly a huge kind of use case for cryptocurrency itself in the wider world. Clearly, stablecoins and cryptocurrency has benefits like cross-border fungibility, speed of settlement, low fees, and that's really, really useful for the kind of wider crypto and financial services market. And we're seeing real use cases in kind of money remittance and kind of flow repatriation outside of certain jurisdictions because it's quicker and cheaper. So yeah, I think we've got a real kind of opportunity here for stablecoin flow to actually disrupt the wider kind of global payment system. And we're starting to see the kind of green shoots of that, certainly kind of in our business. Thank you very much, Oliver, for your question. Guys, any other questions, or I will end it there? So you can handle kind of stable coins, crypto trading, and normal fiat, as I've said, in BCB. So we're that all-in-one shop. We do banking for kind of crypto companies or companies that touch crypto. We also do liquidity services, and we help you kind of with the custody piece as well, and link it in a really, really high service model. Tiago, did you have a question about money laundering, or were you alluding to cryptocurrencies being for money laundering? So operators do. I did sort of kind of touch on this. So there are some firms, third-party payment processors, like one of our clients, BitGo. They help accept kind of Bitcoin and spit out cash. Now, they're just that. You still need the kind of crypto banking. So someone like us, we can do everything. We can kind of take in the crypto, we can bank you with the fiat, and we can turn that crypto into fiat. And we can all do that in a really above board way and really, really quick, because everyone that we need to use for that is in our ecosystem. Well, no, because, I mean, for instance, we're regulated, we're heavily regulated, and we have very strict kind of anti-money laundering procedures. We actually even employ certain members of our firm to kind of work alongside our partner banks as well to back this up. So when we onboard a client, we go through strict onboarding processes, and we want to see the provenance of all the cash they have. When we're actually looking at crypto transactions, we use analysis software to kind of track the provenance of those coins, where it's come from, so we know that it's not on some kind of sanctions list or a watch list at all as well. In the same way that we have transaction monitoring for all our fiat side for the clients as well. Pleasure, Tiago, mate. I'm not sure what owner, I don't read Cyrillic, but Lengrandish is, matey. Guys, I'll give it about 10-20 seconds for any more questions. And then it will just be a big thank you, and it will be to kind of refer you onto our website, BCB Group. You can just hit the info button and kind of send emails to us via those means if you've got any other kind of follow-ups. Guys, thanks very much for the attention today. Really appreciate that. Sorry for the technical issues, but you know, it's still pretty amazing that we can do this while we're all on lockdown. And thanks very, very much for all your time. Take care.
People love stories, especially when they are success stories. Want to hear my favorite? Come. This is the story of 1xBet, a bookmaker company which in just 13 years has become one of the world leaders in the betting industry. What is the secret of its success in a product that folks adore? And that the biggest brands trust. Thousands of events in pre-match and live. They could fit in this book. 195 volumes, but it's all on our website and mobile app, which, like the entire platform, is available in 58 languages. Allez les bleus, bonne chance! So our players are literally all over the world. Un café, por favor. And they have access to a huge number of payment systems for financial operations. And, for the tech-savvy, even 50 cryptocurrencies. And 1xBet is not only bets on the most popular sports like football, boxing and tennis, but also esports, TV series, TV shows, movies, politics, science and much more. And that's just what's relevant to betting. There are dozens of other products. Indeed, People need to enjoy not only the game itself, but also the variety of opportunities. And you know what our customers don't need? They don't need to fly to Las Vegas. Why? Because Las Vegas is in their pockets. The whole concept of 1xBet is innovation for your enjoyment.
And the winner is 1xBet.
Thank you. And we regularly receive lots of various awards for that. But the greatest reward for us is your recognition. We are growing together and improving every single day. We are proud of our interface, which every single player can set up individually, keeping just the bits they really need, so that nothing distracts them on the path to success. And our round-the-clock support services team are competent specialists who will always help you out and help you avoid mistakes, answer your questions and sort out the issues. They are available 24/7 and they definitely speak your language. People love success stories, but to tell your own, it must be created. Do it with 1xBet.
חמוד, יש דקה.
טוב, ביטרתי.
בטל, שב, תתאפק. Hi guys. My name is Guy Duek. I'm coming from SafeCharge. Alongside me, Imri Meir. In my role, I'm looking after the client relationship function at SafeCharge. Alongside me, Imri, who leads the product and the gaming verticals at SafeCharge. In both of our history, we have experience in the merchant side of the gambling industry. I used to work for Rank Group, and Imri used to work for William Hill and 888. So let's kick off on our presentation. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, we're going through some challenging times, which resulting in a reduction of activity for quite a few verticals. So you'll see it in obviously travel and all the events arena like sportsbook and ticketing service. This obviously highlights the need to run our business as smoothly and efficiently as possible. Today, we will try and cover a few topics that we believe you should invest in to ensure that you're maximizing your revenue and minimize your costs. We're talking about building the right trust between yourself and the players, minimizing frictions, some best practices on how to recover declined transactions, as well as a constant monitoring cycle. Bottom line first, for merchants that we saw that implemented these tools, we see an improvement in excess of 20% of the level of user abandonment on overall conversion in their payment pages. So let's kick off with the first item. The first item is obviously about building the trust with the user. We believe that there is quite a few best practices that the businesses should implement, and it should be treated as a mechanism to generate revenue and repeated users. And we believe that we can achieve 15% reduction in payment page abandonment.
So what does trust between the merchant and the shopper means, and how can you build and improve it? So first of all, localization. While you are operating a global and international business, you need to keep local look and feel of your website, and most important, the cashier. In order to achieve it, there are a few important components that you should address. The first one is language. When you have a Spanish user, and as an example, he is expecting to see your website and the cashier in his own language. And it's very, very important in order to reduce friction and make the deposit flow more fluent. Another important topic is local payment method, offering and order. You need to make sure that you are offering the right payment method in the right country and put it in the right location. So for example, in Germany, you would like to put a payment method like Sofort and GiroPay on the top position, because this payment method is the payment method that the users are used to make a deposit with. Another important topic is currency. Make sure you support local currency. It will increase deposit amount. It will reduce the user friction, and it can also generate an extra revenue stream for you by using dynamic currency conversion. Another localization topic that you need to address is the currency symbol location. In US dollar and euro, for example, the currency sign is displayed on the left side of the amount, while in Thailand, Czech Republic, Russia, Sweden, and other countries, it's actually displayed on the right side of the amount. To give a local and professional feeling you need to place the currency amount in the right location. Another topic regarding the amount is the comma and period location. In English, the thousand separators is a comma, and the decimal point is a period. While in German, Italian, and Spanish, it's actually the other way around. So the thousand separator is a period, and the decimal point is actually a comma. So you need to make sure that you display it in the right way, because if you display the English format to an Italian or Spanish customer, it can cause confusion, misunderstanding, and it also can look unprofessional, which many times will result in deposit abandonment. The last important topic here is quick withdrawal payment. By using payment method like Visa Direct for payment of winnings, you can reduce dramatically the time it takes to make a withdrawal, and it can build the trust between the user and the merchant.
So that brings us to the second topic. So after we build the trust, the second layer is to minimize the user friction and maximize the ease of use. And that's it kind of highlights the importance of choosing the right tools and or partners that can help you achieve that. We believe that you can maximize your overall conversion as a result your revenue by choosing these right tools and features that we're going to go through in a minute. These features we believe can maximize your conversion by between 5 and 8%. So again, not meaningless figures.
So the deposit stage is where you see the biggest acquisition drop, and therefore it is extremely important to make this step as easy and frictionless as possible to the users. So how can you achieve it? First of all, there are some industries best practices that you should support. For example, quick deposit, which is a lighter version of the cashier, including only the payment method which the user has already been used, and can allow him to make a quick deposit in only few steps. Reverse withdrawal is the ability for the user to cancel the withdrawal transaction before it's been processed, instead of performing additional deposit, which will result in a quicker way to adjust the user balance. Support one-click payment method. This is extremely important that you offer solution like PayPal reference transaction, Skrill One Tap, Apple Pay, Google Pay, and other, in order to improve the mobile channel user experience. And this item will become more and more important when PSD2 and strong customer authentication will come into play, and this payment method will allow user to have a frictionless deposit mechanism. Platform agnostic cashier. It is very important to support all devices and provide users with the best user experience in each device and operating system. It means that you need to adjust the cashier design to the device, if it's mobile, desktop, or tablet, and to the operating system. So if it's Android and iOS, and provide the user with the best experience in the device that they are using. Another important topic here is the 3D management. When do you use 3D? And here it's become a question between conversion and fraud management, and it's very important to address it properly. In order to improve the user experience, there is functionalities and products that it's important that you will use in order to create a seamless experience of deposit. The first one is Account Updater, which is offered by Visa and MasterCard, and allow you to update the user card number automatically without the user has to enter it manually. So for example, when a user has a card that is being expired, you will get the information from Visa and MasterCard on the new expiration date and can display to the user instead of the user having to enter it manually. Another important solution is Scan Card. In the mobile device, for example, you can offer user the ability to scan his card, read all the information from the card and display it in the cashier in order to offer user a frictionless deposit flow. There is an important product that we call Pay by Link, which can help you with declines and also promotion. In this solution, you can send the user a link directly to the cashier of this player. And when the player getting a decline, for example, you can send him a message through WhatsApp or text. And once the user will click on this message, he will go directly to his cashier page and can complete the transaction from the place he left the cashier. Another option here can be a promotion where, for example, you want to do a promotion for a specific game. You can send your user a campaign, let's say in Twitter, with a link to go directly to the cashier instead of having to go to a landing page and making a login, and this will reduce the amount of abandonment in this campaign and improve dramatically the results. The last important topic here in this section is the A/B testing. It is very important and it's the best tool to improve and measure the user journey. By this, you will see what works better and what is performing a better conversion. And you need to remember that what will work in one country might not work in other country. That's why it's very important to measure the performance per country and measure it all the time.
Thank you, Imri. So if so far we've discussed the pre-transaction or pre-deposit areas, we'd like to draw your attention to some of the best practices that you can implement around recovering the deposit attempts that were declines. So we have quite a few decline recovery features, and such features can easily increase your conversion between 5 and 8%. And obviously this is features that need to be enabled in your payment page or through your payment partner.
Okay, so how to reduce payment declines and improve deposit volume and conversion. The first and very important topic here is traffic management. In traffic management, there is few aspects. The first one is routing. Routing is the ability to route traffic between different acquirers, because different acquirers can provide different performance in each jurisdiction and have a different way to send a transaction to the issuer. And that's why it's very important that you can route transaction between the acquirers. Another important topic here is cascading. So for example, once you get a decline with one acquirer, for example, if the acquirer is down, you can cascade a transaction to a different acquirer, and you might get an approve on a transaction that would have gotten declined by the previous acquirer. And here also, again, there is the importance of how you manage the 3D traffic and how you optimize issuer performance. This item will become more and more important in PSD2 once most of the traffic will go through 3D, and it will become very important to optimize the issuer performance. Another important solution that can be offered here is partial approval. There is some cases that you send a transaction, for example, let's say if you send a transaction of £50, but the issuer is not accepting this transaction and will accept a transaction on a lower amount, let's say £20. In this case, SafeCharge, for example, can take this information and offer the user to change his deposit amount from 50 to 20. And the end user can decide if he wants to continue or not. If they decide to continue, you actually manage to save a declined transaction and make it an approved transaction for a lower amount. This tool can help you to increase the conversion and reduce decline. Another important topic here is how to handle decline. So if a transaction got a decline, it's extremely important to give the user choice. And here it come to effect a product we call decline recovery. So once you get a decline, you can provide alternative method to the end user in order to recover the decline. So for example, the user tried to deposit with a card, you can offer him to go and deposit with PayPal or to buy an offline voucher in order to complete the transaction. And the last important topic here is provide detailed information on the decline reason, why the transaction is being declined, being transparent with the user, and also important is to give the user the information on what they need to do in order to resolve this decline.
Thank you, Imri. So we had effectively three important topics. It's starting from building the right trust between you and the player. It continued with minimizing the frictions to minimize the abandonment rate. And then it completes with post-transaction management, how you deal with decline recoveries and these sort of areas. We believe that each topic can achieve between if we talk about 5 to 8% through the card recovery tools, another 15% by minimize the card abandonment by building the right trust and repeated users, and obviously if you think about all the increase in volume that you can get from partial approval and account updates and stuff like that. But this is not the complete picture. This is kind of I guess 3/4 of the cycle. So you have the pre-transactions, the building the trust, the first impression. You then have the minimizing frictions. Then you have the post-decline recovery features.
So on monitoring, as Guy mentioned, this is an extremely important point in order to increase conversion. You need to make sure you are looking at the different error code and monitor your traffic on a issuer level and many times on a bin level in order to understand how to perform better, which acquirer is performing better, and what is the right way to send the transaction in order to improve conversion. So sometimes you better send the transaction in 3D, sometimes it's better not to send it through 3D, and it's extremely important that you can take a proactive role here to understand how to improve the conversion, what error did you get, and how you can improve it. It's very important that your payment partner will give you visibility to all the errors and will give it in a way that you can be proactive. So for example, send alert to your mobile device or allow you to get the right reporting in order to look at the declines, to understand what went wrong, if something went wrong, and how you can improve it.
Thank you, Imri. So this is the topics we want to run through you. Now I want to open it to the audience and see if we have any questions that we can answer. So I'll give it a minute or so to see if any questions comes along, and we can try and answer as much as we can. So no questions yet. So I think our session is about to end, unfortunately. What I do recommend you, if you have any questions, obviously feel free to reach out to your payment partner. And obviously if you don't get the right answers, you can always reach out myself and Imri will try to support you as much as we can. I would like to thank you for coming and joining us this afternoon. And I want to wish you all the best, stay safe, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you very much.
People love stories, especially when they are success stories. Want to hear my favorite? Come. This is the story of 1xBet, a bookmaker company which in just 13 years has become one of the world leaders in the betting industry. What is the secret of its success in a product that folks adore? And that the biggest brands trust. Thousands of events in pre-match and live. They could fit in this book. 195 volumes, but it's all on our website and mobile app, which, like the entire platform, is available in 58 languages. Allez les bleus, bonne chance! So our players are literally all over the world. Un café, por favor. And they have access to a huge number of payment systems for financial operations. And, for the tech-savvy, even 50 cryptocurrencies. And 1xBet is not only bets on most popular sports like football, boxing and tennis, but also esports, TV series, TV shows, movies, politics, science and much more. And that's just what's relevant to betting. There are dozens of other products. Indeed, people need to enjoy not only the game itself, but also the variety of opportunities. And you know what our customers don't need? They don't need to fly to Las Vegas. Why? Because Las Vegas is in their pockets. The whole concept of 1xBet is innovation for your enjoyment.
And the winner is 1xBet.
Thank you. And we regularly receive lots of various awards for that. But the greatest reward for us is your recognition. We are growing together and improving every single day. We are proud of our interface, which every single player can set up individually, keeping just the bits they really need, so that nothing distracts them on the path to success. And our round-the-clock support services team are competent specialists who will always help you out and help you avoid mistakes, answer your questions and sort out the issues. They are available 24/7 and they definitely speak your language. People love success stories, but to tell your own, it must be created. Do it with 1xBet.
Hi there, everyone. Hi. This is obviously a very odd way of doing a conference. I just want to check that everyone can, well, on the chat, if you can hear me okay, and if you can see the screen that I've got up as well with the presentation. But it looks like it's all working okay. So I was going to get cracking. Cool. A couple of people said everything's perfect. So thank you all very much for coming today. I'm Martin Bradley from 2CB, a market research company. and I'm a research director in our tech and entertainment team. The presentation I've got for you today is called Esports, the Golden Harbour. Some big phrase that. Is esports the next big thing for the gaming industry? And we're going to focus on the UK today. That's the industry that we know the best ourselves at 2CV, and it's where we've actually done some of our research on. So I'm just going to take you through the presentation that we've got for you. Let's get it on my screen and let's crack away. So I'm just going to throw a few numbers at you to the start just to kind of set the scene. So we can just look at, is esports a big thing? Because it's a big word that people are talking about at the moment. And one of the things we need to attach to it is, how big is it? Well, the answer is yes, it's a big thing. In 2019, the global revenue from esports was 1.1 billion, and that's projected to grow to 1.8 billion in 2022. Now that might change at the moment due to current events and actually go up. But at the moment, that's some pretty significant growth that esports as a market is seeing. The other thing to kind of look at is how many people are watching it. You know, how big is it in terms of eyes on the screen? And again, the answer is yes, it's big. So we've got 454 million people watching esports globally last year. And that's predicted in the next couple of years to go up by nearly 50% to 644 million. Again, that's some pretty big growth in terms of eyes watching esports. And at the moment, again, we can't escape the current situation, but Steam, a lot of you be aware of the company Steam, who are one of the big gaming broadcasting software. They've actually seen a couple of records in the last couple of weeks. So the highest concurrent users at over 23 million, and the highest concurrent players are over 7 million. So records are being smashed all around for esports at the moment. It's a big thing. I've also just had a quick look at how much money's on offer. You know, is it big from a money side? And again, the answer is yes. I mean, Dota 2, the international, is the biggest esports tournament. And the prize fund overall was over 34 million for the 2019 series. The winning team got over 15 million. I mean, these are huge numbers. In advance of today, and with this format, I'm not going to do my interactive quiz. It's a bit difficult. There's no one in the room. But if you look at the PGA Masters in golf, that prize fund is 11.5 million. So just a third of the size of Dota 2. And the whole prize fund for Wimbledon for this year, well, what would have been for this year for men's and women's, was 38 million. So Dota 2 is just behind the whole prize fund for Wimbledon. So that's our first kind of box ticked. Esports, it is a big thing. The numbers prove it's a big thing. But is it a big thing in gambling? Well, global gambling revenue is predicted to increase between 2019 and 2020. Just under 500 billion in 2019, predicted to be 565 billion in 2020. Again, current events may change that, but gambling as an industry is growing just as esports is. Esports is obviously growing at a pretty bigger trajectory than gambling. How much money does esports take up within gambling? Well, they're big numbers. Last year, 7 billion was wagered across the world on esports. And in 2020, that's tipped to be 14 billion, to double in a year. But if we take a step back and just have a look at, what percent is that of the total gambling revenue? In 2019, it's just 1%. And in 2020, that's only going to be 2%. So the potential for esports gambling revenue to take up more of that share is absolutely huge. If you look at how many people are watching it, how many people engage with it, there is definitely a disconnection between the amount of people who are betting on it compared to other sports that we know more about. I said at the beginning, I'm going to focus on the UK mainly, and for the rest of this presentation, I'll focus on the UK. I just wanted to give a stat on how the UK gambling industry is faring at the moment. And all the numbers you've seen before are all going up. It's not often you see numbers in trends go down in these kind of things. But the UK gambling industry is obviously under a bit of pressure, and this is pre the current situation. but there was a small drop predicted between 2019 and 2020. And that's even supposed to go down even further up to 2024. So obviously a lot of reasons for that. Things like regulation is one that's hit the industry quite hard and will obviously continue to hit the industry hard in the coming years. So it's a tough time for the gambling industry. Where do esports fit in the UK? We know esports is big in the world, and we obviously know countries like South Korea and China really dominate just in terms of pure numbers, partly because of population, but also because of the interest in esports in those markets. When 2016, there was 6.5 million esports fans in the UK. In 2019, that's tipped to be 8 million esports fans in the UK. So that's a pretty substantial growth in a few years. And that's a lot of people. So we know that esports is big in the UK. Just one thing to note though, it does actually lag behind other major esports destinations. Around 6% of the UK are described as big esports fans. If you compare themselves to say Turkey, that's 16%, Poland 14%, 12% in Romania and Spain, and 10% in markets such as Denmark, Portugal, and Sweden. So there's definitely room to grow for esports within the UK. And just before we get into the data that we've looked at, we just looked at how big is esports gambling within the UK. Now, actually, when we look at the Gambling Commission's figures, esports, when they look at their overall numbers, isn't actually even asked in do people bet on it regularly. It's not until we get to online gambling, where 21% of UK adults have gambled online in the past 4 weeks, that we get a real number on the popularity of esports betting. It's just 6% of the 21% who gambled online in the past 4 weeks. That's just 1% of the total UK population gambling on esports. It's obviously much more pronounced amongst younger audiences, 18 to 24-year-olds especially, and that matches well with all the industry numbers that we see for esports viewers as well. It's obviously very younger biased. The reason for setting the scene was obviously to tick a couple of boxes. You know, is esports big? Well, yes, it's definitely big. Is it big in gambling? Well, not yet, but has it got potential to grow? Yes. So that's what we wanted to look at today. What is the potential for esports to take more of that share, that 1% share it's got right now, and grow that, especially within the UK? So we spoke to 1,000 regular gamblers. This is people who gamble sports, poker, slots, or bingo, excluding the lottery. So the more kind of core gambling audience, you might say. A third of our audience actually bet on esports, and 2/3 of our audience do not bet on esports. So we're looking to compare to see what we can tell the difference between the two, to give some insight into what drives people to bet and not to bet on esports. Now, it would be amiss of us to not look at the current situation. The research we conducted was conducted just last weekend. So we have looked at what is happening at the moment within the UK. It's obviously tough times. It's tough times for a lot of industries out there at the moment. And nearly 6 in 10 gamblers have reduced their spend because of the current situation. So behavior is certainly changing. There's obviously a lack of physical shops to bet in. There's a lack of casinos or bingo halls to bet in. And then one in four, so they've actually moved their spend to other forms of gambling. So while some are reducing spend, that spend is going elsewhere. But obviously, if you add it up, it's not all going elsewhere. And then a third agree that they've actually looked for new things to bet on. And this is really interesting because a lot of gamblers have a core group of activities that they gamble on. Esports for some will be new, and maybe that's one of the things they've actually been looking to bet on. The current situation has obviously impacted sports bettors more than anyone. And nearly 7 in 10 sports bettors have reduced their spend due to the current situation. If you're a big sports bettor like myself, the sporting calendar looks pretty bleak right now. A lot of talk in the UK has been recently about Belarusian football being one of those big markets, and me and a few friends have definitely got together and are following a team ourselves, but it doesn't quite hit the mark in following the kind of sports that I enjoy following and gambling on a regular basis. So I'm definitely in one of these 71% who miss being able to bet on sports. Around half of our sports bettors have completely stopped betting on sports due to the current situation. And then we look at those who say sport is their favorite activity to gamble on. More of those are looking for new things to bet on and are moving their money elsewhere. So behavior is changing for all gamblers, but sports bettors especially, their behavior is changing. But there's actually some very good news for esports in terms of gambling. So for sports bettors who are looking to bet elsewhere, where have they moved their money? Well, firstly, it's gone to the lottery, then it's gone to casino, but third in the list is esports. And this is really encouraging. Esports is becoming more of an opportunity for those gamblers. It's becoming more prominent when they're looking for something to gamble on. So to help explain a bit more about what's going on at the moment, let's have a look at what those who don't currently bet on esports think about esports and how we can help them understand what esports is more. A lot of talk has actually been, as I've been looking at kind of news and blogs over the last few weeks, about it being among sports games. And that's exactly what we see here. The short-term opportunity is definitely within sports games, within esports. So 22% of our non-esports bettors are actually considering betting on esports in the next 3 months. And when we ask them, so what type of games will that be? Sports comes number one. And this is really interesting for anyone who's a big esports fan and a big esports gambler. The list here from 1 to 5 is kind of flipped on its head of what you might expect. Your big MOBAs, League of Legends, Dota 2, they're the ones that generally see the most money along with Counter-Strike. But here we're seeing a different story. And it looks like here that the entry point for those not engaged with esports at the moment will be sports. And if you take a step back, I think it does make sense. If you're not someone who's into video gaming massively, trying to find out what's going on League of Legends or Dota 2 is going to be very difficult in a short amount of time. Whereas things like FIFA, NBA, Formula 1, they're actually things that you're accustomed to seeing. And actually will have the same betting markets that you're used to betting on. You can have accumulator, you can bet on corners, you can bet on free kicks, the kind of things that you're used to. We're also seeing that things like Call of Duty, so first-person shooters, will definitely appeal as well. Again, it's titles that have an easier entry into the market than others. And what is it that drives people? What is it as an operator you could talk about to customers and potentials that may make them think about esports next time they're gambling? One of the main things is that it's different and the streams are exciting. So some quite emotive messages there that you could use. And then we look at the barriers. What stops people from gambling on esports? Well, the top two, not knowing enough about the teams and players and not understanding the games. You could actually flip them to be positives. Gamblers here are telling us that they're not going to gamble because they just don't know enough and they don't understand the game. This is by far a nice communication point for you to take to customers and potentials. It's something you can talk about to them to educate them at a time like this. We also see this when we ask for their comments, just qualitatively. What is it that stops you from gambling on esports? And that lack of knowledge and understanding is the theme that comes out far beyond any other themes. And one of the interesting things is it's about being calculated and knowing what to bet on. As gamblers, we like to think that we have the edge, or that we at least know enough to make a sensible or calculated bet. And that phrase calculated was coming through and through in our analysis here. You look at that comment in the bottom left. To gamble, it's crucial that you have a good idea of the sport and what's involved. Though I enjoy video games, I don't have the knowledge and so be throwing money away. People here are asking for the information to be able to make an informed bet. And for many operators right now, that information doesn't exist on the level it does for, say, horse racing, where you may explain what a Trixie is or a Yankee is. Those kind of information definitely isn't as apparent for some of those operators. When we dig a bit deeper and see what else is stopping people from betting on esports, a lack of interest is there, but it's actually secondary to knowledge. That knowledge gap is always the key factor that we see in why people are not betting on esports right now. So what can we learn from our esports gamblers? As I said, we had around a third of our sample said they currently bet on esports. And so there's some really interesting themes here. So the turquoisey bar that we can see there is our sports bettors, and our purple bar is our esports bettors. And we're just asking them, what's important to you when you're trying to find a site to gamble on? Obviously, things like being able to cash out and the best odds are the most important factors, kind of the hygiene factors that we would expect. Having a large variety, obviously important. But when we come down to the next 3 or 4, this is when we start to see some really interesting differences between esports bettors and sports bettors. So in-play betting is more important for esports bettors. Having detailed stats is 10% more important than for sports bettors. The same goes for live audio and video streams, and the same for betting tips. So there you can see things like having stats and live audio and video streams and betting tips are much more important for esports bettors, and they have to be key features on your site for you to stand out and make sure you're speaking to what esports bettors want. You also think about the lack of knowledge that esports bettors are telling us they have, non-esports bettors, sorry. And that detailed stats will help people improve their level of knowledge. The kind of stats that are there for every single sports league aren't quite there for esports at the moment. But if you can build them up over time and make them available, then this will really help non-esports bettors find their market within esports. And what is that esports bettors like about it? Well, it's excitement and uniqueness. It's different to other things they bet on. The gamers themselves, it's the same kind of themes of why people bet on sports. You like sports, you play sports. So you bet on the sports that you like or play. The same goes for gaming. And again, it's easy to see. Games like Fortnite here, they are extremely exciting. They're quick, they're fast. And one of the things to kind of speak to is the time it takes. A Dota 2 game lasts around half an hour. Same for League of Legends. A FIFA game takes about 15 to 20 minutes. That's opposed to the best part of just under 2 hours for a football game. So you can pack more into a short amount of time, which also means there's more chance for people to gamble at different points along the way in play. We've spoken a little bit about current events driving a new audience, and that's very clear. We kind of labeled them the newcomers and the hardcore. But you've got your newcomers who have only started betting on esports in the last month, and they're the ones who the entry point into esports is going to be sports. They prefer to use their current betting provider because they don't quite know how to navigate the market yet. And esports at the moment will be a secondary betting factor as opposed to their other sports or casino or slots that they bet on. Our hardcore on the other side, they're the ones who prefer MOBAs, first person and third person. And they're very much more likely to use specialist betting sites rather than the more generic high street ones. They're going to specialist sites because that's where the information that they desire is right now. And they're much more likely to be gamers, which makes sense. They're more engaged in gaming as an activity. So what have we learned from our research? And how can operators enhance their offer? Well, it's clear through every single angle that we looked at, there's a clear desire for more information. 62% of those who don't currently bet on esports said, I just need more info. And as we said earlier, it's a very clear and easy communication point to talk to people about what esports is, what the different events offer, what are the pitfalls, what you need to know. There's definitely a very clear knowledge gap that operators can fill. There's also a clear need to be more sports games. And that, as we said, is definitely the entry point for those currently not betting on esports. And then they may progress from FIFA to Call of Duty to League of Legends will be a natural progression. It's worth saying that there is still a little bit of a connotation about being fixed and less regulated. But one of the things we were looking into and wanted to check was, is esports seen as geeky? Is it complicated? And the numbers there on the far right, they're low. And it tells you actually it's more about knowledge than it being complicated. So what are our 5 key learnings that we've found from our research? Well, now is the perfect time. Sounds quite weird to be saying now's the perfect time for anything, but for esports gambling, it definitely is the perfect time. It's not to say that no esports events have been cancelled. Some have, but not on the extent that the sporting calendar has been. The short-term growth will definitely come from sports. It's the entry into esports for those currently not engaged in. the one that F1 especially and FIFA and NBA are certainly looking at improving their visibility across esports. It's also very clear that you can't use a catch-all approach. Someone who's going to bet on Dota or League of Legends is very different to someone who's going to bet on NBA or FIFA or Call of Duty. You need to understand your audiences and target different events to those different audiences. Take the time to educate and inform. People want to know more, but you have to give them the right messages about the right things and educate and upskill their knowledge of esports. And lastly, we looked at those features that spike for esports. Leverage those, things like stats, live audio, and tips. They have to be included as part of your offering. Have blogs about upcoming events. Give people more knowledge about esports, and that's going to make you stand out against the competition. So that's the end of my presentation. I'm just going to check and come off and see if there's any questions. Yeah, I can't see any questions. I don't know if anyone has sent any in that I haven't seen and wants to retry. Sure. Just seeing a question come in about, do you think esports will keep the momentum? Yes. I mean, if you go back to kind of early 2010 is when esports really became a scene. The trajectory since then has been incredible growth. At the moment, it's given it even more exposure, and we can only see esports driving again and again. Another question about after this period when normal sport events, sorry, just the questions coming in. How many esports tournaments are there? Off the top of my head, I wouldn't know. I mean, if you just have a look on any betting operator, there's esports tournaments going on all the time. Some of the leagues have constant leagues going on, just like you would do in the Premier League. They have round robins and then tournaments. Some are more knockout, but there is always an esports tournament going on. A question about, from what we've seen, who are the current market leaders for esports betting? I mean, it is more the specialist sites at the moment. Some of the sites like Pinnacle would be one of the leaders, but you look at where the money is for things like Dota, League of Legends, and Counter-Strike. People are betting on those, are betting more on the more niche specialist esports websites who've been there since the beginning, rather than the more high street names that more people are aware of. That's all the questions that I think I've seen for now. Unless any more come through. I'd like to give it another second or so, but if not, thank you everyone so much for taking the time. It's a very different format to what we're expecting. I was definitely looking forward to the poker tournament that was going to be held during this conference, but not to be. But thank you all very much for your time. As everyone said before, stay safe. I'm wishing everyone all the best. Thank you. Take care.
People love stories, especially when they are success stories. Want to hear my favorite? Come. This is the story of 1xBet, a bookmaker company which in just 13 years has become one of the world leaders in the betting industry. What is the secret of its success in a product that folks adore? And that the biggest brands trust. thousands of events in pre-match and live. They could fit in this book, 195 volumes, but it's all on our website and mobile app, which, like the entire platform, is available in 58 languages. Allez les Bleus, bonne chance! So our players are literally all over the world. Un café, por favor. And they have access to a huge number of payment systems for financial operations. And, for the tech-savvy, even 50 cryptocurrencies. And OneXBet is not only bets on most popular sports like football, boxing and tennis, but also esports, TV series, TV shows, movies, politics, science and much more. And that's just what's relevant to betting. There are dozens of other products. Indeed, people need to enjoy not only the game itself, but also the variety of opportunities. And you know what our customers don't need? They don't need to fly to Las Vegas. Why? Because Las Vegas is in their pockets. The whole concept of OneXBet is innovation for your enjoyment.
And the winner is OneXBet.
Thank you. And we regularly receive lots of various awards for that. But the greatest reward for us is your recognition. We are growing together and improving every single day. We are proud of our interface, which every single player can set up individually, keeping just the bits they really need, so that nothing distracts them on the path to success. And our round-the-clock support services team are competent specialists who will always help you out and help you avoid mistakes. Answer your questions and sort out the issues. They are available 24/7 and they definitely speak your language. People love success stories, but to tell your own, it must be created. Do it with OneXBet.
But you can see me, pull me out of here. Feels like I'm drowning, invisible. 'Cause you can see me in the shadows of my fear. Feels like I'm drowning.
People love stories, especially when they are success stories. Want to hear my favorite? Come! This is the story of 1xBet, a bookmaker company which in just 13 years has become one of the world leaders in the betting industry. What is the secret of its success in a product that folks adore? And that the biggest brands trust. Thousands of events in pre-match and live. They could fit in this book. 195 volumes, but it's all on our website and mobile app, which, like the entire platform, is available in 58 languages. Allez les bleus, bonne chance! So our players are literally all over the world. Un café, por favor. And they have access to a huge number of payment systems for financial operations. And, for the tech-savvy, even 50 cryptocurrencies. And 1xBet is not only bets on most popular sports like football, boxing and tennis, but also esports, TV series, TV shows, movies, politics, science, and much more. And that's just what's relevant to betting. There are dozens of other products. Indeed, people need to enjoy not only the game itself, but also the variety of opportunities. And you know what our customers don't need? They don't need to fly to Las Vegas. Why? Because Las Vegas is in their pockets. The whole concept of 1xBet is innovation for your enjoyment.
And the winner is 1xBet.
Thank you. And we regularly receive lots of various awards for that. But the greatest reward for us is your recognition. We are growing together and improving every single day. We are proud of our interface, which every single player can set up individually, keeping just the bits they really need, so that nothing distracts them on the path to success. And our round-the-clock support services team are competent specialists who will always help you out and help you avoid mistakes, answer your questions and sort out the issues. They are available 24/7 and they definitely speak your language. People love success stories, but to tell you how, it must be created. Do it with 1xBet.
Okay, how about now? Perfect. Okay, good. So put me on. Okay, guys. Hi. While the slideshow is starting, I will show some illustrations. I will restart again. So my name is Alex. I'm CEO of BET2020. And today I will going to present to you the topic of machine learning and AI and how those trends are actually influencing our industry and what is the latest developments in this industry, because then we can see what we can do in this direction and how to apply those trends for our benefits and how to avoid threats. During this presentation, I'll show you like some slides, and I would like you to follow them. If you don't see them very well on your screen, I shared the link down in the comments where you can open the presentation and follow live my clicks and change of slides. So I hope you hear me now and everything is perfect, you know. So in my case, let's get started. I'm ready. So why I'm talking about this? The company BET2020 was founded back 2012, and we have different products and services which are built around the sports data, which are built about the betting data, machine learning, media, and I learned this topic quite intensively in the last 10 years. Therefore, I have lots of insights on the side of machine learning and artificial intelligence, and I also have applications and experience in applications of those things in the real life, and I can understand where is this going. So we, from one side, have data prediction platforms, which is BET2020.com, which predicts the outcomes of football games. We have services for betting operators and media companies, which allows them to visualize the data. We also have a recent project where we help football clubs like FC Köln, DC United, Legia, to help to analyze big data. And apply all kind of artificial intelligence and machine learning actually to help them win the games. And you know, during this history, we are working with various clients of ours, which vary from media companies all the way to casinos and to betting operators and football clubs. So I have a quite vast understanding on what's going on in this industry. So let's get started. Let's clear up important thing, buzzwords. Since we're talking today about all those things like which are usually everyone heard of, but no one actually understands what does it mean. I mean, in general, you have artificial intelligence, you have big data, you have machine learning, you have deep learning, data mining. And the point of today's presentation is also to use all those words and understand what they really mean. So in the future conversations with your IT specialists, with your CTOs, with the partners, you know what you're talking about. And today we'll very closely cover 4 things like AI, machine learning, deep learning, and GNA, which is generative adversarial network. And it's very interesting things. And the rest will clear out on the way. But I just want to picture, to show you the big picture. I hope you see this, you know, here's like a wonderful map prepared by Dominic, which explains to you where AI is in general computer science. So you see here 3 applications. It's theoretical computer science, computer engineering, and applications. Yeah, and this is the most complicated slide you will see today, so no worry. And if you zoom in, we're interested in the area of applications, you see? And in this application, you have a part of computer science, which is artificial intelligence. And then you have interesting point here is that you see there is a machine learning, which can touch our industry, optimization, AI in general, natural language processing, and image processing. And all those areas of this kind of computer science are related to our industry, not only to ours, but to overall industries in general. So to give you a perspective on difference between AI, machine learning, deep learning, there is an interesting chart which explains. And artificial intelligence in general is very simple. It's a technique which enables machines to mimic human in any kind of way. Robotics, thinking, talking, chatting, writing, everything. And then there is a machine learning, which is a part of the way how computer can mimic the human behavior. And this is mainly related to the machine actually learning something, playing chess, playing checkers, I don't know, predict the outcomes of the games, predict the output of the weather. And then you have a deep learning. Deep learning is one of the techniques of machine learning which allows you to use multi-layering. So now you understand if someone is talking about deep learning is a part of machine learning, which is a part of artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is a very, very broad term which is used everywhere now as a buzzword. Is not a buzzword, is like, you know, as a part of it, and there are so many things which include in this. But those three things are one of the most commonly used. So let's see where we are now with those developments with AI. And if we take a technological progress or human progress in this case, there is a wonderful explanation in the blog Wait But Why about AI, and the author pictures this in a way that we are standing in front of the exponential growth of human progress, which is driven by technological progress. The problem here is that even all the researchers agree that we are there, it feels like this. It means that there are no vision from our perspective and understanding of the upcoming exponential growth. And this is because of many, many reasons, but this is how does it feel. And if we come back to this chart, or picture, we see that we're about to jump there. And the biggest jump will happen when the artificial general intelligence will appear. What's the difference between AI and the artificial general intelligence? The difference is pretty big, because the specific AI can do the specific tasks pretty well. However, the general AI can do different tasks pretty well and can improve its own code or functionality to do better, better, and better. And as soon as we get to this point, this is a point of singularity, it's called. You can check what is this exactly. We are about to see huge human progress. It's like, it might be wipe us away from the planet, or it might, like, we can live with this. But this is coming. A majority of people are saying it's, majority of experts, it will take us from 20 to 40 years, that's the prediction, to get to AGI. Yeah? What stops us actually to be there? It's the processing power of our computers. You may know that all computers work in ones and zeros, and this is a typical way of computation. And now, for already 20 years, people try to invent the quantum computers. And the thing is, it's already invented, and it's working. What is the difference between quantum computing and normal computing? You can Google it. There is a wonderful videos which explain how quantum computers works better than I can do. The one I really like is Kurzgesagt. They have wonderful videos explanatory. But the point is that it actually works differently. It can compute exponential amount more data than the ones and zeros can. And why we are not seeing the AGI now, or those quantum computers being used in industries, in business actually, it's because we are in the early stage there. And as you know, only now, you may know, you see this, there's a press release of Google AI, which shows how we are far away from a real world application of quantum computers and actually using the AI in full power. And this is what is going on now. Finally, we can use quantum computers. They're big and clunky and so on, but we don't have the root languages, the languages which actually control the hardware. And this was what happened before in the computing industry. The computers were big, and then we need to learn Pascal, and and then we have higher level languages which we progress, and then you can use JavaScript actually to write websites and do it by yourself without any programmers. And that's exactly what's happening now. Google's are opening up the libraries of the low-level languages which can control the hardware. Soon, 3-4 years, quantum computing power will be available for general public as soon as those languages are written, and then we can move to high-level languages. But let's come back to what is actually we can do at the moment, using our industry, using the other industries which have clients, serve the client, satisfy the client, get the revenues out of it. And here we go to the term of machine learning. Machine learning is a way we can process the data, as I explained, to part of AI techniques. And this is the most popular, and this is the most common thing which you will see everywhere in different algorithms, in different applications. And this is available now. It's available today. Many companies are using it, and many companies are using it, and they even don't know about that. And let's think, if we think about how to apply this to, let's say, sports betting industry, to gambling, to gaming, we need to see what machine learning can do. And actually, it can do only 5 things, not more. It can do classification, it can do continuous estimation, it can do clustering, optimization, and anomaly detection. And any application you take of machine learning will always fall in this category. So when you are thinking about applying machine learning in your organization or any process you want, you always will end up with those 5. And if you will do a brainstorm, always open this list and look through what machine learning can help me with. Is it optimization? Is it anomaly detection? I'll show you some examples of this later on, especially in our industry. And this is quite fascinating because everyone talks about how much AI can do. And this, if we take what it actually can do at the moment and what we can apply, you see there are only 5 things. And let's go to our industry. One of examples, there are many of them, but let's say it's a company called Optimove, which are doing a great job of using AI, but in general machine learning, to understand, impact, measure, and optimize the process of client retention, and learning the behavior of every client you have using their tools. You can understand what to do, then interact with this data. So basically, you can find the patterns, how the players are playing, and see, for example, when the player is about to churn. And by analyzing the lots of data which you have, you're able to pinpoint the time where the gambler didn't churn, or like a player didn't churn, but he's about to churn. So you need to reactivate him before, so prevention action. And this Optimove is really great in this kind of things to do. And then so you can go and by understanding, you can optimize and leverage AI to predict the customer behavior and then do the action. And this is what is available now. What is available next, like now we're in this state, what is the next big thing which I see in the industry is super segmentation and personalization. So having this, let's say, functionality like Optimove offers, you can do super segmentation. What is super segmentation? At the moment, if you take a marketing manager inside the organization or anyone who wants to segment the players to serve them the right personalized content, you will end up with, let's say, categories which you can count on 2 hands. Yeah? For example, a casino has 7 brands, or like, let's say 5 brands, and then each brand has different localizations, and then each brand 100 different segments which you can do. And this is by far the best examples in the industry. However, with using the machine learning and pattern recognition, you can segment the players all the way to very, very small clusters. The players who are playing, for example, on Monday and spend 20 euros and do X, Y, that. And then you have, let's say, 3,000 of such clusters. And then you will have a personal, and then if you take it further, you can actually see the personality behind this and see what this person is doing, how he spends. And the next step here is actually personalized experience. So you can measure, you can see, but you cannot use it up till now. Because creating personalized content, it can be content on the level of the game, of a level of a marketing engagement, level of conversion funnel, any kind of experience, personalized experience, requires AI to create this. Otherwise, your designers will never be able to design the banners which suit every single small cluster in your audience. But this is what actually proves they have a way higher conversion in the future. And this is coming, whether you want it or not. Super specialization, super clustering and personalization is coming. And then when it's done, you're able to create personalized content. So how about how we are able to create personalized content? Because AI is really great in clustering things, but can it actually create something new out of what are already available? And here, just our example of the best thing which we can do. One of our product called Impact allows you to visualize content. And the best personalization of content we did is not even AI yet, it's just super personalization. With ESPN, we're developing the system which allows you to see the recap of every single player performance in fantasy. So every day after the games are played, you get a video which is generated automatically for every single player with his scores, with his data, with his analysis, and so on. And this is by far where we went. So we create 200,000 videos per day, and this is personalized. But this is not AI. This is template generation and serving the right content to the right person at the right time. So how about future? And then we come to a very interesting part of the AI called GAN. And it was called the coolest idea in deep learning in the last 20 years. It was actually developed or created back in 2014, so it's very new, but the results are fascinating. The main idea which it does, it allows you to create, not you, but it allows AI to create things. Because before, they were really not that good in this. Good enough, but not good in a way that we can believe in this and we can serve this personalized content to our audience. And just to explain to you, I will not go into details, but this is, you can make a print screen and read about this later. It's very interesting. They looped two neural networks, one of them which creates random image, which is then shuffled in the images. For example, let's take a cat. Out of random noise, different pixels, one AI creates some picture, which he thinks is a cat. And then you put it in a training set of cats of another machine learning, which then decide whether it's real or fake. And the first AI will keep creating the cat, the image, until it becomes a cat, and we will be approved by another AI that this is a cat. And it created wonderful, stunning results. I want to show you a few. One of the publicly available things which you can check is face deep fakes. This works in this technology. So here are the pictures of celebrities which were fed to the AI to learn. And then afterwards, it was able to generate fake celebrity images, which look like celebrities, but they actually do not exist. But they're so real, it looks like real pictures. And this is done pixel per pixel. It's unbelievable. And it's like real photos. And you can spot different, features of your favorite actor, not your favorite, but they look very real. And this is unbelievably cool. And so it's actually a creation, So the next thing here, which I want to show you what it was able to do. On the bottom, you see the categories, which go all the way up. Bridge, bus, car, cat, chair, church, classroom. And based on the input, this system was able to generate the images of this. You see some of them are really funny. If you take a look on a cat, it's actually reproduced the cat only once in these 5 images. Yeah, but the car is pretty good. So you have 2. Bus, amazing. Bridges, look at this. And this is all generated by itself. Unbelievable. And that what will be a basis for our industry to serve personalized content, personalized gaming, personalized experiences all throughout the industry. And then in this case, you can create such a wonderful experience for every person. They will love and they will stay. So whoever jumps in this first will win the industry. Yeah, it's a bit scary, but we can't do anything about this. We can just join the trend because it will happen whether you want it or not. And this will happen in all industries. Another topic which I want to discuss today, or next big thing, I cannot touch all of them, but those are the 2 things which I really want to touch. Another one is new ways to regulate the industry via pattern recognition and predictive analytics. On every conference I go, there are so many talks about regulation, and this is a very important part of our business, and we need to take it strict. At the moment, the regulations actually work in a very interesting way, that they are sent to the industry in general, with the big clusters. Oh, this is for casinos, so online casinos, here's the sports betting. There's 3 clusters in the same regulations. However, with having the possibility for regulator to access the actions of players, they can do pattern recognitions and do predictive analytics, like predictive investigation. So they can see when the behavior of a bettor or gambler becomes addictive. And they can prevent it even before it happens. So they can identify this player or cluster of players, prevent and block their accounts or restrict them in betting to a certain amount, And those kind of pieces of software, in my thinking, will be pre-installed or integrated inside the operators' systems, where the regulator don't have actually to send or to issue the regulatory regulate policies in general to the whole industry. It can work like a needle, taking away the people who don't have to be betting, and only people who come there for entertainment can stay, who can do it, and then move them away from that, discourage them, give a help. And in this case, our industry will prosper. From one side, it will require some years, I would say 4 to 5 years. But if we're talking now about the trends, this is exactly where I think that one of the biggest developments will happen. So the modules which regulator can distribute to the official casinos and sports betting and so on is like a piece of code which you can put in your application, more like Google Analytics on every website. Then regulator knows this, and he can pinpoint and move this away. And this is amazing. And as you see, coming back to the list of what can machine learning do, it's actually two things are combined here: continuous estimation and anomaly detection, which is again, we are coming back to the list which I have. And that's two things which I think will be very, very important to our industry. And if we talk about threats here, they always come in two ways: threats and possibilities. For the first thing which we have, there's using the possibility to create customized advertisement. It's obviously designers will not be able to do it by themselves, and so the designers need to change the way they work. They need to work with AI to create better experiences, especially at the beginning. However, they'll be out of typical designing, the typical job of designing stupid banners. They will work with AI. So the profession of AI designer, well, graphical AI designer, will be like a new thing to go, and it will create a new ways. However, everyone who doesn't want to evolve will disappear. And in this case, it will create a massive. The threat is that it will be really, really hard to implement, and it will be very costly to implement as well, in terms of like regulatory policies, not even on our business side. So I just, I see that we're like running out of time. So I just want to have two advices what we can do now. Because if we're talking about the future trend, quantum computers, and all kind of these things, it's very hard to say what we can do now. And one thing which I want to tell you is save the data you already have. Even if you don't have a possibility to apply AI, machine learning, anything at the moment, or you just don't understand, you understand how important it is to save your data. Because every machine learning algorithm, or any algorithm, requires data to learn, especially AI. It requires data. And this amount of data will be available only from historical past. So let's assume you will implement AI later on in your company journey, let's say in 2 to 3 years, so you will look at this. If you start saving every single data you can find, this will be a wonderful set for AI to learn on. However, it's very important to think about it, what is important to store from your perspective, and then when you will have AI, you can really put in it and it will do magic for you. You will be surprised. How many times I am surprised by the outcomes of artificial intelligence, let's say once a month, when we do certain things, certain predictions, certain tests, and they become true. It's unbelievable. Yeah, but you need to have a data for this, and please store all data you have. And the second thing I want you to understand, that this is a process which you can start, but there is no end. This is like fixing your apartment. If you start in this and there is no finish line, you can just pause it. But the point is, the earlier you start, the higher the advantage you will have. And this is not like something which you can put a budget of 1 million euros for this year, do, and then cancel this budget. This is a new function inside your IT department, and not only IT, but inside your organization, which will constantly require money, but it will lead you to the new frontiers, 100%. And there's no like finish line. It can improve and improve and improve and improve. Therefore, it opens up the possibility for you to gain more revenues and to get things which we were not able to do before. But don't think this is a one-time thing. It's like continuous thing which will stay. Who'll be the first will be the first, and scam the market, scheme the market, and then afterwards everyone will join. Someone will die with all this. So those two things which I wanted to do: save your data. Want you to carry out of this presentation. Save your data and process. This process requires time. That's it from my side. I hope it was interesting for you. I hope it a little bit broadened your mind. And if you have any questions, please ask me directly in the comments. You have my email, my address. You can always reach me, and we can discuss how AI, how machine learning can influence the industry. So, while I'm waiting for any questions, I hope there will be some. I can tell you that, in general, all of this related to all this topic is related to exponential growth. And exponential growth is very hard to process for our brain. We very rarely experience this in our lives in hand. And currently, if you see the coronavirus curve, it's exponential growth. And everyone is scared of this because no one is preparing for that. And that's what actually this kind of action will happen in development of technology, the same way we see now the numbers raise for this disease. And that's why we're so shocked and fascinated, and everyone is like really aware of this. And this is a very good example of this exponential growth. Okay, so guys, I see no questions in the comments. I see someone had a problem with the sound. I'm sorry about this. I did everything possible to give you the best experience. If you need me, I'm here. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
People love stories, especially when they are success stories. Want to hear my favorite? Come. This is the story of 1xBet, a bookmaker company which in just 13 years has become one of the world leaders in the betting industry. What is the secret of its success in a product that folks adore? And that the biggest brands trust. Thousands of events in pre-match and live. They could fit in this book. 195 volumes, but it's all on our website and mobile app, which, like the entire platform, is available in 58 languages. Allez les bleus, bonne chance! So our players are literally all over the world. Un café, por favor. And they have access to a huge number of payment systems for financial operations. And, for the tech-savvy, even 50 cryptocurrencies. And 1xBet is not only bets on most popular sports like football, boxing and tennis, but also esports, TV series, TV shows, movies, politics, science and much more. And that's just what's relevant to betting. There are dozens of other products. Indeed, people need to enjoy not only the game itself, but also the variety of opportunities. And you know what our customers don't need? They don't need to fly to Las Vegas. Why? Because Las Vegas is in their pockets. The whole concept of 1xBet is innovation for your enjoyment.
And the winner is 1xBet.
Thank you. And we regularly receive lots of various awards for that. But the greatest reward for us is your recognition. We are growing together and improving every single day. We are proud of our interface, which every single player can set up individually, keeping just the bits they really need, so that nothing distracts them on the path to success. And our round-the-clock support services team are competent specialists who will always help you out and help you avoid mistakes. Answer your questions and sort out the issues. They are available 24/7 and they definitely speak your language. People love success stories, but to tell your own, it must be created.
Okay. So I think I'm going to kickstart and just welcome everybody into this session at the BET2020 conference, which was going to be in London. I'll just put my camera on so everybody can see me. Hi. Yeah, today I'm joined by the lovely Serafina Walder-Gabriel from PaySafe, or Income Access, as you might know her. So thank you very much for joining me today. And we've got a really interesting session to talk about. So I think I'm going to kickstart it with just saying welcome to everybody that's joined us. We're going to be talking about affiliate marketing today, and shortly after this call, we will be available to actually answer live Q&A in the chat feature, which will be following this video. So I'm going to kick off and allow Serafina to introduce herself.
Sure. So, hi, I'm Serafina. I am the Vice President of Strategy at Income Access. We are part of the PaySafe family, and we were acquired in 2016. We launched as a digital marketing company that specializes in affiliate marketing. I myself have been there for nearly 16 years, almost 16 years actually this week. So yeah, it's been a fantastic journey, a brilliant company, and lots of exciting things we've gone through over the years.
I think that's the one thing that you can say about affiliate marketing, is that it never stays the same, and we'll discuss that a little bit later. But a little bit about me. My name is Leanne Johnston, and I am the founder of Affiliate Insider, and I also run a private consultancy called leannejohnstone.com, which helps small, medium enterprises understand affiliate marketing and leverage sales and tactics that I've developed over the last 2 decades to grow affiliate marketing programs. I also run my own private training academy, which is delivered both live and in person, helping affiliate marketers all around the world to understand the strategy that sits behind successful affiliate marketing programs. So that's a little bit about me and a little bit about Serafina, and we're absolutely thrilled to be here with you today to talk about our favorite subject, which is affiliate marketing. So on the agenda today, we're going to be talking about how affiliate marketing is expanding and what's happening with digital in general, and how affiliate marketing sits alongside your digital marketing mix. And we'll be answering this big question, which is, why are networks becoming full service digital agencies? And I think I'm going to kick off and ask Serafina to just give her view from a technical perspective and a platform perspective as to why she thinks affiliate networks are fast becoming full service digital agencies.
Sure, Leanne, that's a brilliant question. I mean, when you look at your marketing mix, it's important that you don't put all your eggs in one basket, and you're dabbing with different elements of marketing. So whether you're doing some SEO to get some organic traffic, you've got your social media, you've got your paid advertising, and affiliate marketing is also a part of it. And one big thing that a lot of companies struggle to do is to measure. So if you are tracking things or reporting things in various different places, then it becomes very difficult because you're not comparing apples with apples. So a big advantage of the networks is you put everything in one place, so you have one stable medium to compare your campaigns and to understand the performance of them, so you know where to put your marketing budget. So I think that is one of the biggest advantages of why we're seeing more and more of the networks offering more than one service. I have to say, though, from experience, and I'm sure you might agree as well, that, I have not come across one agency or individual who's an expert at every aspect of digital marketing.
No.
You typically will find somebody who will be a specialist at one thing, and they'll be good enough at other things. So finding that partner that can do it all is great, but they're not going to necessarily be the 100% experts at every single aspect of it.
No,
what do you
I
think,
think
Leanne?
Anybody that works in digital marketing has sort of come to the realization that in order to be an expert in something, you have to specialize in one thing.
Yeah.
But even that is impossible to do because, as we know, affiliate marketing is changing every day, every week, every month, every year. And in order to stay ahead and keep abreast of what's happening with these digital trends, you constantly have to continue learning. And one of the things that I always say is that you choose affiliate marketing as a life choice, not a job.
Yes.
And the reason for that is because you have to continue learning in your job every single day in order to understand how things are changing around you. So affiliate marketing used
100%.
to be, I think, a satellite function to the generic marketing function. But I think now more and more people are realizing that affiliate marketing has to sit as part of the digital mix, and therefore all your other digital channels need to integrate with it. And this sort of answers the question that we're talking about in terms of networks becoming full service digital agencies, in that to understand what's really happening and working in your online environment, you need to have a broader understanding of what's happening with digital as it's coming into your platform or into your website. And networks can offer that data in a more detailed platform and in one place, which makes it a lot easier for digital marketers to ascertain what's working, what's not, and then optimize it frequently or even sometimes in real time, which I think your platform does too. Data is almost one of the most important things that an affiliate marketer or a digital marketer has at their disposal to improve and maintain and optimize campaigns. And that really boils down to making sure that the margins of your budget are spent as accurately as possible. So it kind of makes sense that networks are trying to offer all of these services. But on the flip side to that, I think we also need to understand that what services you get from generic digital agencies aren't always going to be high-end specialist services. So depending on what kind of resources you have in your own business and what skills levels you have in your own business, there is still a call to get an expert in to help you with certain channels. I'm not sure if you experience that on your side as well, Dina.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say, the reason why affiliate marketing is so attractive is because affiliates themselves are those experts. You come across affiliates in all of the different marketing channels, because that's what they do. They know how to go out, market, get traffic. So the beauty of affiliate marketing is you tap into one source and you've got these ambassadors who are experts at all the different marketing channels that are out there that can actually help you market your brand even better. And I think that's one of the beauties that I've learned about affiliate marketing. And you learn so much more just by having that open dialogue with your affiliates. And like you said, what's affiliate marketing if you haven't experienced change? I mean, when I joined, we had people who were just individuals who were doing it as a passion. Now you've got affiliates who are publicly traded companies.
Exactly.
So if that isn't change, I don't know what is.
I just want to talk a little bit more about how other digital services plug into the affiliate platform, because I know that your platform is a full service marketing function. You can run your ad campaigns, you can run, I think, even mobile and apps traffic through your network.
Yes.
What are the other services that networks are typically offering? Is it the paid media, or do they diversify into lots of other service offerings?
Yes. So, I mean, obviously, if you are able to track everything, you can put nearly whatever you want in it. So, the social media, your paid search, your SEO, organic traffic. They do content marketing and PR. Obviously, affiliate marketing is another aspect. Social media as well, if I said
was that
already.
born out of the fact that clients were asking for it, or is it just a natural progression for your business to actually expand that way?
Yeah, I think it started first from, I want to be able to track this. And then it became as you progress into other channels, and then the challenge of not being able to have it all in one place made it difficult to analyze and assess the performance of the campaigns. So as a result, then came, I want to manage them, not just track them, but I want to be able to manage them. And obviously, because we've got the hosting, the ad serving and the hosting features as well, and the postback. So there's so many varieties of ways that we can track and monitor performance. Analytics is very, very important, as we all know as marketers. If you don't analyze, then you're just marketing blindly, and you don't know where you're putting your budget. So it's important you understand exactly what's working, what's not working, and put more towards what's working.
You actually said a really important word there, which is performance. Now, a lot of people are confused about the fact that affiliate marketing is part of performance marketing. And performance marketing relates to anything that you pay on a performance metric. So it's actually another reason why networks are becoming more full service digital platforms, because all of those performance marketing attributes need to be pulled together into one place in order for you to understand what's really working for your brand. So I know that there's going to be a host of different people here from lots of different verticals. So, you know, casino, sports, lottery, finance, trading, blockchain. There's going to be such a lot of different people here on this call. What do you think that has an impact on, you know, using full service networks to manage lots of different products? I mean, is that another reason that we could say has led to programs, you know, doing this kind of thing and offering more services than just the platform?
Yes, I think definitely I'm with you there. A network, I mean, such as ourselves, for example, it's really a full service gaming network. So we have experience with all the different verticals, and each time a new one comes up, you know, you educate yourself and you see, because the reality is there's a lot of crossover. So I remember when, you know, in the old days it was mainly casino and poker, and then sports betting came to be, and then bingo took off like massively, and then lotteries have been a bit slower to get there, but that's because, you know, the nature of lottery is there's a big element of it that's still very land-based or you know, brick and mortar based. But now you're seeing more and more of the lotteries going online. The state lotteries are going online. So that in itself, and the fact that the lotteries are also adapting or adding slot games or sports games, it is making it more attractive for that affiliate who used to be just a casino affiliate, is now able to now diversify and go after and start marketing more of the operators that or merchants that are offering the different verticals. So as a network, you're in a great position to be able to leverage that pool of affiliates or partnerships that you've got.
Okay, great. So I want to move on to the next slide that we had prepped here, which was the facts. Affiliate marketing impacts your other digital channels, which we sort of covered a little bit, but maybe let's share to the audience how we think affiliate marketing should be managed as part of the bigger digital marketing mix, because I think historically in our industry, it has sort of been managed as a totally separate marketing channel. And often the communication between what's happening with, you know, your SEO team, your paid media team, or any of the, you know, the social media team even, sometimes there's a miscommunication between all four of those teams and you lose out on leverage. So what's your experience in that scenario, and what insights can you share?
What I would say is you have to remember, who are affiliates? Affiliates are your advertising arm. They are part of your team, although they don't belong to your company, and they're advertising your products or services. So you have them as almost your brand ambassadors, because they're endorsing you as a business, they're endorsing your product, and they're helping to influence a user from saying, well, why should I go and play here versus why should I go and place my bet over here? So one of the things you have to remember with the affiliates is that level of endorsement comes due to your partnership with them. Now, you don't control what traffic, and to such an extent, neither do the affiliates control. The best they can do is understand your product, understand your market, understand your target audience, and then be able to match it with the traffic sources that they're going after. Once that happens, the rest is up to you to take that traffic on board, convert it, retain it, and keep it going so you're profitable for both parties. The fact of the matter is, you should obviously also have an element of your own organic traffic that's coming, because that's something you control. And if for any reason an affiliate struggles to send you a lot of traffic for whatever reason, then you're not totally dependent, because you haven't put all your dependency on one particular channel. So that mix has to be important, but affiliates absolutely are a big part of that mix.
I mean, one of the things that I've seen in terms of when we manage clients is we really work very closely with the other marketing departments, because one thing that often is missed is that you can leverage affiliates based on the traffic sources that they have. So for example, if you want to reduce your costs in paid media, you can actually use various affiliates to increase their leverage and exposure so that you don't have to be spending so much upfront. And I think that's a really key part of strategy that often gets missed when planning with affiliate programs and when planning with other parts of your marketing team. There needs to be more of a coming together between the affiliate teams and the paid media teams. I had a conversation with a client just the other day where they were looking to go into a new market, and it was basically the country management team that had contacted us to help them to get leverage in a very unique market. And the first question I asked them was, well, have you spoken to your affiliate team to see how many affiliates have traffic from that region? And the answer was no. And I was like, how can you not have had that conversation when that would be the first place that I would start, is going to go find the people that are already sending us that traffic and figuring out how you can get more of those people involved in your country management strategy in order to move that forward. So I just think that it's really important that affiliate marketers don't get siloed out of the digital marketing mix, because they're treated as an independent channel. Because really, for you to leverage your budgets, your digital acquisition budgets, you need to be considering how your affiliates can work with you to do that, because they are agile and they are getting traffic from various sources, and you tapping into that as part of your planning and strategic management can really impact the margins that you save on your budgets. So
absolutely,
that's just one of the experiences.
Yeah, and the other thing I'll add is also affiliates they're passionate about what they do. So most good affiliates will be your customers. They'll also give you insight on your product, your CRM, the whole experience that you are asking them to market. So they will actually test it and they'll see. And if they'll give you, they're a very good source of feedback. So where you might think that, oh, you've got the best product, maybe you do, but maybe the customer journey isn't as fluid as it could be. So the affiliates will actually help you with that as well. And they're a great source of very valuable, insightful product feedback. The other thing they will do also is they'll help you with your understanding your player values and the lifetime of the customers. Because how do you know what commissions to offer if you don't even understand what your values are? What's your player value? What does it cost to acquire a customer?
So many times I have a live training academy or a virtual mastermind, and it's the first question I ask affiliate managers, and often it's the first question that they can never answer. And I'm like, how can you even go out and do a deal when you don't know what you can afford?
Exactly.
So, and that kind of information they would also pull from the rest of their marketing team, because if you've got sophisticated marketing and you're spending big budgets, you would be able to have attribution modeling put in place. And I believe your system also allows that.
Correct.
All of that integrates together. And when you're using all of that as a well-oiled machine, your margins and your costs can actually be reduced.
Absolutely. And it's a very common question we typically get asked, mainly with a lot of our newer clients, is how much commission should I be offering? What's the average commission for this marketplace, for this particular vertical? It's such a common question. So we do work with a lot of our clients to give them that guidance and say, okay, well, I can tell you what the average commission is for revenue share for casino in Europe. Or in the US or any market, I can tell you the average, but that average is just a percentage. It doesn't, if it's not applied properly in the business, then you risk not having a profitable model. And the reality is a profitable model has to be win-win for both, for the longevity, because we all know affiliate marketing is not a quick win. It's a long-term strategy. So if you're going to make it last for the long term, then you've got to make sure that you've got the right model in place, or you're not giving away too much or you're not giving away too little, because otherwise it won't grow.
So successful affiliate marketing to me is not about onboarding as many affiliates as possible. It's about making those affiliates as profitable as possible. And that includes every single step in the payment journey, in your costs for your technology, in the fees and regulatory costs that you need to be paying for, and understanding all of those costs within your affiliate model is part of the strategy and the success metrics that cause a program to grow profitably.
Absolutely.
I need to move us on because we've kind of taken too long, but the next thing that I wanted to talk about is just what do we think are the key things that are going to change in affiliate marketing, and how can networks, ensure that these changes are effected correctly in terms of the technology, in terms of the development cycles that your business goes through?
I think what I would predict or forecast is, I think there's going to be quite a lot of product innovation. I mean, over the years, there always has been. So that's been part and parcel of the nature of how the affiliate industry has changed. You get to see, some really very innovative products coming out in the marketplace. That's one. The other thing is obviously markets, new markets, emerging markets. There's lots that are growing. I think the advantage of the whole mobile has made such a difference in the world in terms of giving access to a lot of people that previously did not have access to an online or a mobile environment. So we're going to see probably a lot of that, and maybe like a return to the old school type of affiliate partnerships. By that I mean like revenue share. I mean, when I joined, it was all about revenue share. I think in the last 8 to 10 years, we've kind of deviated away from that model. And I have a feeling we're going to go back to that model, because the reality is, no matter what industry you are in, or what vertical you're pushing, the revenue share model has longevity. It's a healthy partnership model, and you're paying for performance. So you're not just paying for the sake of paying, but you're paying for performance. And that's just a great partnership to be involved with. So that's my prediction.
One of the things I think is going to change is that affiliate marketing is going to start to become a bigger part of the digital marketing mix. Up until this point, it's sort of hung between the 20-30% mark. But I think with, economic infrastructures that are changing, I think with marketers being hard pressed to actually get more value out of their budgets and not to have upfront spend to actually pay on performance, I think that affiliate marketing is now going to become a specialist skill that most businesses are going to seek and want to have expert advice and expertise on. Because if you just think about the maths, if you've got £100 to spend or £1,000 to spend, whatever it is, if you can leverage that as far and wide as possible into multiple like niche pockets of areas to go and engage audiences, then I think affiliate marketing makes total sense for you, because you don't have to pay upfront for that exposure and you're building your brand alongside. So I think affiliate marketing is probably going to hit the 40-45% mark for most SMEs. And I think that's great news for people like us, because, they're going to need technology to track it, and they're going to need expertise like I have in order to help them build, scale, launch, and grow. So I'm quite excited about the future of affiliate marketing. And I think that there's massive amounts of opportunity for digital marketers that haven't specialized in this skill set to actually start to learn and to actually, build up their skill sets and learn a tool of digital marketing that has previously been ignored as part of the back end. I recently read an article on the Drum magazine here in the UK about the fact that affiliate marketing has always been like the donkey. It's been, quietly in the background, pushing the wheels forward, doing sales, often disregarded. Affiliates haven't had a good reputation, to be fair, but also, a lot of companies have disregarded the power that they actually have in terms of their agility and the way that they quickly, react to market forces. And I think more digital marketers are going to see that from a brand perspective, and they're going to want to try and encompass that in their strategies. So working a lot closer together, and data and insight and intelligence helps us to do that, apart from just relationship building.
And I think also one of the things we always say, as a business or as a company, is there is no bad affiliate. There is no bad affiliate market. If the model is not proper, then that's when you don't have, like you mentioned, if there's any of that negativity, we typically have seen it because there wasn't enough effort put into creating a win-win model. And so obviously then it became, it's all negative on one side or the other. But it really comes down to that. I think if you get that part right, you'll see the relationship will last long, because it's a partnership at the end of the day. That's what your affiliates are.
I mean, typically the two biggest things that I see in broken affiliate programs, because often that's the programs that I'm brought the ones that are broken, have been through the mill, aren't making money, somehow aren't profitable, even though they're paid on performance, which kind of makes you wonder, how did that happen? Is technology is incorrect. They either have too much technology or too little. Yeah. And there's no skill, there's no strategy that sits behind the technology that's actually pushing that forward. Yeah. Ultimately, an affiliate program should never fail. It can never fail because it's paid on performance. So if it is failing, you're either doing something wrong, or you're not priced correctly, or you've got too much or too little technology, or you don't have the skill set internally to actually manage it effectively. Yeah. But there is no reason why an affiliate program should not be working and delivering profit over time. It's Correct. Not a quick win, as you said. In my experience, 9 to 12 months is really when an affiliate program starts paying dividends. If you work with a specialist, possibly in Correct. 6. But anything Correct. After that, you're still paying your upfront costs before you actually get your program going. Yeah. I'm going to move us forward onto the next slide, which is the future. And one of the things that I think the future looks like is that affiliates are going to become more savvy about user engagement. They're going to want to know more about their customers. They're not just going to want to drive traffic from one place to another to get payment. There's going to be a deeper connection. They're going to want to have skin in the game with their customers in order to monetize them over and over again. So I think that might change the way that the affiliate model currently looks. What do you think about the future?
Well, I have to say, I mean, I think affiliates, especially those who've been around a long time, have always had the customer at the forefront. I think they've known, because in order to be able to target and deliver them to the right place, they need to know who that customer is, what are they looking for. Otherwise, if you're just funneling traffic for the sake of funneling traffic, then you won't be able to know. Sorry, that was my very creative.
Hello. Welcome.
Yeah, I was gonna say that you won't convert, right? If I'm gonna send a bingo player to a sports betting brand when we know that that's not the demographic that typically goes there, then it's not gonna work. So I think they've always known the good ones again, and I agree with you that more and more of this will become pertinent. But for the time being, it's just probably going to be an understanding of how do you know. Like, I don't know if you remember in the good old days, a lot of affiliates used to have a database of users, right? Yes. And they used to market. Email marketing was massive. It was huge. In the early or mid 2004, 5, 6 back then. And I think at that time, this is when they used to really understand their users. Then obviously with legislations, I think everybody did away with keeping data. So now you still got some forums out there that have sustained over the years, and player forums like the Casino Meisters out there. So there is a very in-depth understanding of the user to that level.
The other thing is, I think as digital is advancing, I mean, I'm not sure that SEO is going to be as important as what it always has been. I think inbound marketing tactics and lead generation are becoming more popular for affiliates to gather data and to then remonetize and market to them afterwards. So I'm on a bit of a learning journey myself to understand how inbound works, like as a specialist medium, and how to leverage inbound marketing tactics in order to drive new customers to my business. And I'm sure every affiliate, if there are any affiliates on this call, is having that same kind of journey, because if you can build a database, you can monetize it. So I think it's incredibly important that you don't just look at what's happening in affiliate marketing or in the technology part or the service part of affiliate marketing, but you're looking around you as well. Because that's how you remain an expert. You understand how your concept or your specialist field impacts and fits in with everything else that's going on in the digital space around you. So just rounding up now before we get onto the live chat with everybody that's joined this stream. What do you think is the one key thing that we want to kind of leave as a takeaway for everybody that's spent the half an hour listening to us talk about our favorite subject, which is hardly a chore? What do you think is your one key thing that the future holds for affiliate marketing and that people can take away and remember from this this session?
Sure. I think you touched upon it earlier on, Leanne. I think the fact that affiliates are going to become a bigger part of the marketing mix, I think they have a bigger role to play. I think with a lot of the advertising bans that we're going to be seeing more and more of those. We've seen it in Spain. We've seen the restrictions in other areas. Then you're going to see a larger dependency on affiliates, and that's going to be a good thing. The other thing is, I know you said one, but just to sneak another one in, is that a lot of the brick and mortar brands are going to go online more and more. So there's a lot more of the marketplace is going to go even extend a lot further than it is currently. That's my prediction.
I think I need to second that. I really do believe that affiliate marketing is going to become a specialist skill. And one of the things I'm incredibly passionate about is helping the next generation of digital marketers to learn the skill sets that you and I have gathered over almost 2 decades in this industry. It's our job, I think, as senior digital marketers, to teach the next generation of marketers coming in the practical skills that we've learned on the job, because as far as I'm aware, there's no university that does a degree in affiliate marketing yet. I don't think that anybody could actually write that degree, but you can do on-the-job learning and you can learn from experts. And I think that's one of the things that I really want to see our industry invest more in, is helping digital marketers to become experts in this skill set, which is going to become a bigger part of the marketing mix, especially now with the economic strains that we're going to be facing.
Absolutely.
So on that note, I'd like to thank you very much for joining us. Serafina and I hardly find it a chore talking about affiliate marketing, and we could probably chew your ear off for an hour, but we only had 30 minutes. We are going to be live on the chat after this video, so please do come along and chat with us, ask us any questions. We'll be there for about 10-15 minutes until the session ends. If you'd like to get in touch with either of us, our email is now up on the screen. I'm on LinkedIn practically every single day, and if you direct message me there, I will answer you back with any other questions that you have. And I'd like
I
to
like LinkedIn. I'm a big fan of LinkedIn as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where my tribe is, I think. But I'd like to just invite you guys to get in touch with us. We've got 20 years of experience.
People love stories, especially when they are success stories. Want to hear my favorite? Come! This is the story of 1xBet, a bookmaker company which in just 13 years has become one of the world leaders in the betting industry. What is the secret of its success in a product that folks adore? And that the biggest brands trust. Thousands of events in pre-match and live. They could fit in this book. 195 volumes, but it's all on our website and mobile app, which, like the entire platform, is available in 58 languages. Allez les bleus, bonne chance! So our players are literally all over the world. Un café, por favor. And they have access to a huge number of payment systems for financial operations. And, for the tech-savvy, even 50 cryptocurrencies. And 1xBet is not only bets on most popular sports like football, boxing and tennis, but also esports, TV series, TV shows, movies, politics, science and much more. And that's just what's relevant to betting. There are dozens of other products. Indeed, people need to enjoy not only the game itself, but also the variety of opportunities. And you know what our customers don't need? They don't need to fly to Las Vegas. Why? Because Las Vegas is in. Thank you. And we regularly receive lots of various awards for that. But the greatest reward for us is your recognition. We are growing together and improving every single day. We are proud of our interface, which every single player can set up individually, keeping just the bits they really need, so that nothing distracts them on the path to success. And our round-the-clock support services team are competent specialists who will always help you out and help you avoid mistakes, answer your questions and sort out the issues. They are available 24/7 and they definitely speak your language. People love success stories, but to tell you how, it must be created. Do it with 1xBet.
Hello everyone. Let me just double check if everything is okay here, so we can start. Hello everyone. Thanks for joining today. I have prepared a presentation which I will be soon sharing with everyone. And if you allow me just to put this live here, perhaps you can see it. Okay, so thank you all for coming today and joining us in this session about Brazil specifically and Latin America as our sleeping giant. We have a very short presentation. I have a very short presentation for you guys, and I'd like to thanks BET Expo and the team for putting together this very new way to present things. So what I have already presented to other people in other conferences is a Brazilian intro. So Brazil is a major player in the Latin America market. We have about 140 million internet users. It's the fourth largest worldwide, and we have a mobile penetration going up very quickly, and we have this going on now in Brazil. And considering social media as a very important feature to develop the products. It's a very exciting moment in Brazil because Brazil has legalized sports gambling and sports betting, and we have a bit of a very interesting scenario coming up very soon. So just about to explain to you, trust factor in Brazil, it's a major issue. The low level of credibility in institutions and makes it very hard for us to just sell anything in Brazil without having a credible response. it's very tricky in terms of trust. So we have to present the brand, present the company in a very credible way. And having said that, with the the help of important celebrities or credible, experienced people to bring more relevant content. So the scenario in Brazil, it's the low level of credibility in institutions, almost zero trust in politicians. The former president was impeached, another one was in jail, and then the current one was stabbed during his campaign. People are always trying to take advantage against each other. It's kind of like a cultural thing in Brazil, so we have to also understand that. High level of corruption, bribery, is everywhere. In every single level of society, we have this going on. So a gambling company here could be perceived as something that will not be as friendly as we understand in Brazil. It's kind of different. Gambling has been banned for about 70 years now. The players will always have the same kind of similar approach. The question is, am I doing something illegal? Can I be arrested? Am I in trouble? And if you overcome this issue, then you have the other issues like, okay, so how do I pay? If I win, can I withdraw the money? Is it okay? Is it legal? So the legal barriers here will play also a bit of a tricky situation. And above all, we have a population which is maturing and evolving a lot. So in future, we may see more friendly approach to things such as gambling, for example. Right now, it's kind of we're facing a little bit of a tricky situation to persuade people to come and play online. But anyway, so, and then again on trust factor, they will probably think about are these games fixed or slot games rigged? Do we have a problem there? And is this run by a cartel or a mafia? So they're always, considering that it's illegal, and whatever gambling we have in Brazil right now, it's most of the times run by cartels, and this is not so helpful when we bring decent operators to the country. Do I have to tell them where I live? So they are worried about if I win some money, will I be in trouble? Like, can I be a target of criminals to rob my house, to kidnap me, and etc. And jackpots, it's something basic to us, but they will probably say, okay, is it a jackpot real? And is it something that looks like a fake or scam? How does it look like? So it impacts the customer behavior all the time, and we have to face this as a very challenging situation. However, things are evolving and people are getting used to the subject. So we are now seeing an increase in gambling, and behavior here is also improving a lot. And then just now going back to the agenda here that the guys from Bet Expo kindly put together to me. We have to think about outside the box, how to promote your operation in Brazil. And so forget about all the traditional media that you're doing there, but also consider the other possibilities, such as, for example, football remains a popular product. Of course, it will be easier for us to understand that football is in Brazil enrooted so much, but then why don't you consider stock car, for example, or tennis, or sponsoring something that is not related to football, but it's within sports? That could be also very interesting. And there are some operators already playing in that scenario. flirting with other sports. So we have some operators already sponsoring basketball leagues or NBA, the NBA equivalent in Brazil. It is very affordable. There are still lots of clubs that you could think about how to explore, and this could be done with very little cash compared to European markets. And sports celebrities are accessible as well. So you can imagine that the top players will probably have a very top cost, but then you have the not so popular players with the same or very similar kind of exposure on TV, on radio, etc. And they will all that fast growing now. And we have the likes of Facebook groups and even WhatsApp, Telegram messaging system. So everyone now is actually super accessible on social media, especially nowadays with this lockdown period. So it is very an interesting scenario to jump in, and you have the possibilities of not spending so much money and be exposed to so many people. Like the audience is vast. It's incredibly cheap as well to do press release, so you can have your company being advertised on public editorials in various news and portals for a very reasonable cost. And right now it's kind of like a gold rush in Brazil. So we have about 10, 15 clubs already sponsored by several companies and several operators in 2019 and 2018 as well. So from 2019, since they legalized in 2018. So it's kind of a gold rush. So the first one to come will be better positioned. And the traditional media also are inclined to now accept performance deal, which is something that didn't really happen before. And it's interesting to see that this is evolving as well. So marketing possibilities are now, kind of changing a lot. So show yourself offline and become approachable. Again, talking about the trust factor, if you are accessible, so if people actually can touch you and they can see that you're a human being, not just a robot replying, and that could help a lot in the process of acquisition, retention, and reactivation. So it helps a lot for an operator to step into Brazil and in a fashion that it's more like a human approach. And then you have also to consider that the games and the tournaments, the Brazilian behavior, they tend to like whatever they are familiarized with. So the games like Pachinko, Halloween, Ice Age, so the video bingos, the slot machines that are already known to the Brazilians are helpful for you to kind of like bring the players on board. And then the tournaments, the local ones, the Brasileirão, it's the Brazilian Championship. It's very important, of course, but then there is also the possibility of exploring state-run championships like the Paulista, the Carioca, and etc. So you can also understand that Brazil is very vast, so you have to segment the country and then understand where your money will be well spent and invested. And don't get mad on bonus offers, because Brazilians, again, the trust factor, if they see it's too much, they would just, not trust. They would just think it's a fake or it's a scam, it's not real. And if you're bringing your operation to Brazil, try to hire local media agencies to do black hat, white hat, gray hat, whatever hat color you may decide on display, PPC. So performance always with local media agencies will be is slightly better than if you just come with a Google Ads and and try to do it yourself. Localization, cultural specialities and habits and preferences in Brazil, it's very tricky because it's so vast again, and each area or each region has its own preferences, its own behaviors. But I would suggest that, you know, if an operator is coming to Brazil, that operator should pick some regions to maximize the value for investment. And then, for example, if you get a region like São Paulo, the metropolitan region of São Paulo has about 23 million people living. So you have also a bit of a tricky scenario to explore a region such as that, because it's very big. So your marketing efforts will be thoroughly diluted. So I would suggest that you pick best areas, smaller areas, and still with 2, 3, 5, 10 million people living there, but then you have the possibility to show your brand without diluting so much, and make it look very local, very friendly, just like a human being will do it, like not having just a robot answering the questions, but having a real person. And preferably, if you hire customer support agents, they must be Brazilians, or at least speak very good Brazilian Portuguese. Again, it's not imperative, but then you have to consider that about 3, 4, 5% of the population will speak a second language. They do not have a very very good education in terms of learning a second language. So you have to be super Brazil focused. And also the games for Brazil. So you have to, you know, if you're coming to Brazil and you're facing the challenge of bringing your operation here, you have to consider the local providers. So such as, for example, the video bingos. It's not something common in Europe, or maybe in Spain or some areas, but it's not as evolved as the European style or the European versions, but you have to consider them. So hiring or dealing with the local providers of those games is very important for your success. And also the agencies, again, if you want to target sports, then you have to consider the local agencies, which will help you to bring a better return, and cover the local and very local championships, such as the Paulista football tournament that happens every year. So things for a careful consideration on the road to success. I would say, forget about all the stereotype, like the mask here. Just forget about that. No one is likely to like it. The Brazilians, they are perceived in a different way abroad, but when you come to Brazil, no one actually uses Brazil and Rio de Janeiro Carnival to promote anything, unless it's Carnival and unless it's in Rio de Janeiro. So you have to be also very localized and considering that as a very important tip. And be careful with not exaggerating bonus and jackpots and all sorts of offers that you could probably do really well in Europe or in America. And if you come to Brazil with 100% deposit bonus on 1,000 euros, no one is going to trust. And, you know, I have been on that route a few times and I've tested, and people are likely to understand if you have a kind of like a conservative approach to bonus. They love bonus, they love it, free money, free bets, deposit bonus, but they have to understand that this is not, you know, a scam. So it's important to keep in a very conservative scenario. Now, they have, well, if you bring your operation to Brazil, again, you have to consider all about Portuguese, and Portuguese that we speak here, it's completely different from what we speak or they speak in Portugal. Not completely, but there are some nuances that you have to consider. And so again, if you are translating the website, consider having a Brazilian version, not a Portuguese per se. Adding local payments is key. So what's the point? You bring an operation to Brazil and you have this beautiful website, all super well translated, and you have a customer support, amazing. But then you don't have the payment support that will actually bring your return. So consider the players like Pay for Fun, Online IPS, and others that are in the market. For example, Pay for Fun, it's an e-wallet such as NetTeller that we know very well, but they operate in Brazil. It's one of the fastest growing e-wallets that I've seen. In less than 2 years, they had already 80 plus operators. Online IPS, the same goes for them. They are super well integrated in the Brazilian operators. And so one is an e-wallet, another one is a gateway payment that will enable you to have an operation with boleto bancário, which is like a payment slip thing, bank transfer. So this is very important for you to have the agility, the speed on the process of depositing and then withdrawing the money. And just for your information, you have to consider that an image here does sell more than any kind of text. So instead of writing beautiful articles and putting lots of terms and conditions on your websites, on your bonus, on your promotions, try to interpret that in graphics. Make use of video, make use of infographics, and etc. So you have to also consider that as a major thing. It's kind of a cultural thing. We do not read so much, and we do not have the culture of reading so much. So we prefer video, infographics, image. So that will also help you on when you're bringing your operation to Brazil. And again, I can repeat myself 10 times. Choose local partners. So media agencies and operators that are already here, they are doing that. So why would you do that abroad? So it's kind of like important. And then do you remember the issue of trust that I was talking about? Basically, you have to sell a reputable information, so something that can be fact-checked. So if you're saying I have a bonus, then people may actually go into social media and ask, are these guys serious about this bonus? Can I use the bonus? Is the rollover fair? So you have to also consider things that you're going to be doing. People can check with others and don't overdo. So again, if you have a very strong bonus offer in the UK, if you're bringing your operation to Brazil, then try to be slightly more conservative and do not go crazy on bonus. And also, again, considering that institutions have very little credibility, if there is any, and so you should be referring also always to the grounds instead of like pointing, hey, we have this certification from MGA. No one knows, not that no one, but the majority doesn't know what MGA means or UKGC. So the certifications that we bring, the license that we have, it's not so relevant to Brazilians. They tend to understand that as something that you're trying to produce. And if you are considering that, then you should also consider referring to the crowds, referring to people, like, okay, this guy plays, this group of people likes it. So referring also to people and the crowds, to groups, that will be very beneficial to you. Another very good example of marketing entry in Brazil is using mobile apps. I know we have a bit of a tricky situation in Brazil, especially because you cannot have your mobile app for an operator in Brazil. But you can have something else. You can have like a free version of the website for people to play on Android or even Apple or iPhones. So this is something that comes very handy when you're trying to build up your credibility in the country. So social media and also this kind of activities on mobile apps, because people will just think about literally they will just come to you and say, oh, can I download this app? How do I install this app? And it's all about that. You have to understand that you're not going to be able to do it in Brazil. So think about having something there, a presence at least, and then you try to convert that into players in your ordinary website. Yes, and then avoid something that we call it here in Brazil, jabá. Jabá, it's something that, so do not overdo. It's something that if you do lots of advertising about something without referring to the crowds or just exceeding that, it becomes like a jabá. That's what we call it here. And so you have to stick to something that is good, natural, and it targets the crowds and refers to the crowd in general. And lastly, last but not least, so Brazil has legalized, not yet regulated the activity in the country. I'm not a specialist. I do not have a legal background, but it's kind of a chaos right now because they legalized the activity, but they do not have a regulation in place. And the regulation has its pros and cons, and people are now very worried about if that goes into the route of concession or authorization. Concession will limit the number of operators in the country. Authorization will not. Concessions will be more solid, will offer a more solid scenario to operators, investors, but then authorization, it's a free market, so people can actually come in masses, and you can have like 200 operators coming to Brazil easily. But then authorization is very weak because the government can change the law, and then you lose everything. So it has all its all these kind of pros and cons, and it's very tricky nowadays to say what is the best to move forward. So the regulators are working on that. Right now, it's not a priority. I guess it's something else, but we will see how that goes. Very soon they have a deadline, if I'm not wrong, by the end of this year, and they can ask for an extension of this deadline, but I believe they will try to regulate the market still in 2020 if everything permits. So, well, I'd like to thank you all for this short presentation. I will be now checking if there is any questions that you may have. And sorry about this mess. It's the first time I'm doing this kind of live thing, and it's completely outside my comfort zone. But I guess we're all going to be very much used to that, right? Oh, there are some questions here, maybe. Let's see. So, Andres Garcia Bertel, hello, Alessandro. Latam is an exciting market and gaming, yep. True sleeping giant for sure. I will be sharing this presentation. I'll actually ask the team at BET Expo to send you all the link so you can download the presentation and look at it. There are some really interesting names. You can make contacts and eventually put that into your operation. Leonardo here, would you say? Yeah, so Leonardo here is asking, would you say this content of your presentation can be applied to other Latin American countries? Yeah, for sure. So, you know, ideally this is Brazil, but then you're talking about a very similar scenario in countries such as Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Peru. We have a very similar approach to cultural things. So maybe Chile is more culturally advanced. Maybe they will be able to read things better than just reading images. And okay, so what else? Yeah, Leonardo. Yes, exactly. So Chile, Peru, Colombia, and Argentina. This is great. You know, can be replicated there. Adapting and considering some of your approach here. Yeah, sure. I will try to put my contact here in the screen again, just in case anyone needs that. But I will be, as I said, I'll be sharing that very soon with the guys at BET Expo, so they can always refer to you. So my name is Alessandro Valente. I'm the co-founder of Super Afiliados, which is a marketing agency with a twist on performance. Superafiliados.com, and my email is alivalente@superafiliados.com. I hope that answers your question. So Justine Navarro, great to listen. So online sports betting is allowed in Brazil, but other casino gambling not. So sports betting with fixed odds has been legalized, and it's kind of like a tricky scenario because the way they add that into the market is they will be adding to the market is it looks like a lottery. And if you think about a lottery, it's completely different from sports betting, as we all know. So it's a good start that they are talking about. They are considering adding this whole thing to the table, and eventually we will be able to have a decent offer on casino products and etc. But as of today, the discussion is all about sports betting with fixed odds. And eventually, we may see the market evolving to accommodate other products and other verticals as well, such as casino and etc. But right now, it's all in the limbo. We have the the license that will eventually be offered to the market. But right now, it's a limbo. We do not have sports and we do not have gambling. So. But if you're operating from outside Brazil in a different jurisdiction, it should be fine. And Tiago Pereira, is boleto still standard form of payment? So boleto is very traditional in Brazil. Everyone gets a boleto, but we do also get boletos in Europe. When you get your utility bill and it has a barcode that you can just go to the bank and pay for. And boleto is something very similar to that. But any company can generate a boleto and send to you by post or by email or on screen, and you just pay that easily. I would say it remains a marketing strategic entry, but it's not vital. So you can have transferência bancária, which is a bank transfer, being super fast and a lot better than boleto. Boleto also takes time to clear. So if you pay a boleto today, it may take 2, 3, 4, at least 2 days to clear in the operator's account. You can advance the credit, but then there's a risk. And again, risk, it's something that we have to be very careful, very careful. Yes, so B2B videos ask here, will customers trust local bank transfers more than gaming? Yes, of course, they are used to it. So it's something that they will be easily understanding, and they will be surely taking advantage of, because it's fast, and you can make a bank transfer in almost like 1 minute, and the operator can have that confirmed immediately in your account. So yeah, for sure that will be a very easy and trustworthy operation. Any other questions here that I didn't see, maybe? Okay. Oh, wow. It looks like there is not any new questions here. So I'd like to again thank everyone for taking part into this digital conference, which is brilliant. I love it. First time, so it's very interesting for me to see how this is also adapting and evolving in circumstances that we are now facing. And well, I'd like to thank you all for watching, and especially for the guys at BET Expo and the media as well, the Games Brass magazine, iGaming Brazil, and so the local media here covering this conference all day long. Well, thank you everyone, and I guess this is it from me. Thank you. Goodbye.
People love stories, especially when they are success stories. Want to hear my favorite? Come. This is the story of 1xBet, a bookmaker company which in just 13 years has become one of the world leaders in the betting industry. What is the secret of its success in a product that folks adore? And that the biggest brands trust. Thousands of events in pre-match and live. They could fit in this book. 195 volumes, but it's all on our website and mobile app, which, like the entire platform, is available in 58 languages. Allez les bleus, bonne chance! So our players are literally all over the world. Un café, por favor. And they have access to a huge number of payment systems for financial operations. And, for the tech-savvy, even 50 cryptocurrencies. And 1xBet is not only bets on most popular sports like football, boxing and tennis, but also esports, TV series, TV shows, movies, politics, science and much more. And that's just what's relevant to betting. There are dozens of other products. Indeed, people need to enjoy not only the game itself, but also the variety of opportunities. And you know what our customers don't need? They don't need to fly to Las Vegas. Why? Because Las Vegas is in their pockets. The whole concept of 1xBet is innovation for your enjoyment.
And the winner is 1xBet.
Thank you. And we regularly receive lots of various awards for that. But the greatest reward for us is your recognition. We are growing together and improving every single day. We are proud of our interface, which every single player can set up individually, keeping just the bits they really need, so that nothing distracts them on the path to success. And our round-the-clock support services team are competent specialists who will always help you out and help you avoid mistakes, answer your questions and sort out the issues. They are available 24/7 and they definitely speak your language. People love success stories, but to tell your own, it must be created. Do it with 1xBet.
Hi everyone. Nice to meet you. My name's Nick. I'm from Explosive. I'm going to run through a bunch of stuff. I have quite a lot of information which I want to run through. I'm going to share my screen. I think this is probably the easiest way for me to let you see what I'm doing. Okay. So what we're going to run through, I know the title says is marketing a poker game. Unfortunately, I can't see your questions, but I will get to them at the end. So basically, what I want to do is like put a bit of perspective on some of the stuff. About Explosive, we're a digital marketing company, a Marcom company. So we do everything from content to outsource work in the market. Basically, you know, when we think about marketing, what I'm trying to get across, the lesson I'm trying to get across is that when we play games like poker, we tend to be analytical. We tend to be observant. We tend to make a plan. We tend to be creative in the way that we execute, and we learn to think fast, act fast, and be flexible. If we apply these same strategies that we apply when we are playing a game to the world at large in business and marketing, you'll actually see that the results will become a lot better. I mean, you know, we should be applying these things on a daily basis. Look at playing poker. Usually, when you sit down at the table, one of the rules they say is don't play a hand for the first 10 hands. Observe, see who's around, who's doing what. So I'm going to give you the names of the players right now. Right now, we're talking about, in most gaming markets, regulation and compliance. So meeting standards set by each state. Sometimes called internally on the compliance side, the Department of Business Prevention. We have another big player, which is our media, which is Google, Facebook, payments, our outside influences. Actually, they have more power than regulators and are far less accountable. We also have our audiences, our new audiences, and especially I'm going to take a little bit of time to talk about the millennials, and as they're fast becoming a very appropriate market. And we have our challenging audiences and meet the audience's needs. So again, like when you sit down at a game, you normally, especially in poker, you map what your end goal is if you want to be successful. In poker, there's two ways of thinking about it. It's win versus profit. So, for example, if you want to win a tournament, you need to amass a number, your stack. So you need to be competitive when you get to the final table. Anyone who will probably agree right here. It means taking a little bit more risk. And taking more chips, and it has a higher risk. The second one is to say, I just want to make profit, which means I just want to hit one of the paying places, and I'll take whatever profit I can get, in which case your strategy is going to be far more conservative. And it's a very simple way of putting this into a business term, which is to say, how do I see the end game of my business? Am I going to sell it, or am I going to keep it? So if your end target is to say, I want to sell my business, you need to sell a story, which means that you need to purchase market share. And it means you should be risking a much higher effective CPA. If you want to keep your company for the long term, you're going to be running a much tighter ship, and you're going to be looking at a much stricter eCPA or effective CPA, cost per acquisition. And it's going to be based on more cash flow and profit. We then look at the homework side, which is look, listen, and ask. So we look at historical data, look at data from similar markets, simulations, run projects. You can use tools. A good tool, for example, is a Google Keyword Planner, where you can see what kind of exposure you get. But then each market will have its own set defined rules and data that you need to look at. You need to map the players and make a plan for each player. So competitors, operators, who they are, what they're doing, the regulator, what you need to comply, what the costs are, not just tax. There's also your internal costs, like how much it's going to cost you to actually like do all the administration work around it, what restrictions you have, whether it's restrictions, messaging restrictions, deposit restrictions, everything that you can imagine. You need to map out and plan for. You need to look at your acquisition sources, what's available. Your media channels might not be the same in every single market. Google is available in most markets that are regulated, not all. Facebook, some, not all. Local social media, local search engines, for example, in the Far East, Baidu. In some of the Eastern Bloc countries, Yandex. You need to find out who the affiliates are, who the players are, who the real affiliates are in the market. And you need to figure out how you're going to do the payments. And it's not just about payments like money in, like how you're going to take deposits. You need to be able to realize how you're going to pay the money out. And this is usually some of the pitfalls that people forget about. Then you're really ready to like prepare for your launch. Okay, so when we talk about like the Holy Trinity, what we're talking about is usually we're talking about like a Trinity partnership between the operator, the regulator, and the consumer, where each one has a benefit that they're looking for from the other. So as far as the operators, the regulators concerned, they're usually based on tax and revenues for the government. The regulator sells this to the consumer as they're getting consumer protection. In some cases, like in Italy, the money is directly accountable from social projects. And then between the operator and the consumer is obviously the offer. We have two external players that put pressure directly on the operator and can actually like interrupt this trinity. One is payments. So anyone who's been working in a market that realizes like how difficult it is to get payment methods up, regulations with credit cards, for example, they would understand what I'm talking about. Also, media and social media. For example, Google and Facebook decided by themselves that they were going to ban all cryptocurrency advertising. No one could do anything about it. That's just the rules they make. And they are unaccountable to anyone. So it's very important to try and, as the operator, build out in the other ways, which is to build your reputation as a solid reputation so that you're able to have a dialogue with the media, the social media, and the payment methods in your local market. I hope everyone's with me still. I'll check back to see if there's any questions before we're looking out. Okay, so far so good. I'm going to go back to the presentation. So again, here's some examples of where markets got it wrong. You know, how the UK gaming market got it wrong. Basically, you know, gambling addiction became a focus of politicians and news media. It became a bargaining chip, basically, and a way for politicians to further themselves and for news media outlets to further themselves as well. Pressure was placed on the Gambling Commission. Proposed credit card restrictions were put up. And the actual Gambling Commission reached out to the UK and to speak up first before they put anything in place. There was no single voice at that point to come forward. And the result basically was that credit cards were banned in the UK. Another example of where industries have got it wrong was with crypto. In the early days, there were some less profitable ICOs or initial coin offerings. Not to pass dispersions on any ICO, but there were some dodgy offerings out there. The crypto community itself didn't react in any way or self-regulate or have a voice. Pressure was put on Canada by their financial commission. And what happened was Canada then started to lean on Google. And basically what it led to in the end was blanket crypto bans on Google, Facebook, and Twitter without any recourse whatsoever. I mean, so that's where those are examples of where an industry didn't get together and speak up. So one of the biggest advice I have, like for any new or emerging market, is to say right from the start, make sure the operators start to band together and have a voice. And for those who don't, like in the UK, which have now got their act together and started to speak up as a single voice. You can see the benefits. So let's talk a little bit more about the background on marketing and the theory, basically, because this will have some effect on some of the case studies I'll give you a little bit later. When we talk about like a flow, so basically the way I look at it is that you have a harvesting section, which means you're trying to bring as much traffic to some kind of real estate that you have. Real estate, I mean your website. In order to tag those users so that you can then remarket to those users again and again and again, or as much as you can, and then try and get information so that you can start marketing automation like automated chat, email, SMS, WhatsApp messages to drive higher conversion. So ways to drive traffic towards your site is obviously organic, keywords, search engines, social media, organic social media, social ads, which are ads on Facebook and Twitter, for example. Twitter is immensely important in the UK, Facebook fairly globally. The chances of direct conversion are very low from both those channels, but the chances of bringing them to your web page and being able to remarket and then convert from the remarketing is very high. Keywords on Google and other search engines. Customer affinity groups is another way. If anyone's unfamiliar with that tool on Google, I'll be happy to share that afterwards. I think it's a little bit too much of an explanation right now. And native advertising, this is stuff like Taboola, where you have sponsored content on media sites. Again, what we're looking at is bringing people to the site, remarketing to turn them into a lead, using the sales process and doing some marketing automation in the background, and then once you've got the conversion, to try and do some upsales. So here we're going to look at some of the applications of the marketing principles. So when we talk about the analytical side, we look at segmentation, we look at messaging and ads, we look at content marketing, and we look at some results. Let's talk about segmentation first. So I'm going to give this example. It's a very broad example. And I'll explain how this all fits together afterwards. So basically, there's a mathematical formula that works. You know, that if you're looking at, for example, buying a bag of mixed nuts to eat, and each nut has a different price. You can either buy them each one in particular or separately, or you can buy them as a mix. Usually when you buy them as a mix, either you get charged an average price or you get charged the highest price. I can tell you that the search engines usually charge the highest price, for example, on the keywords as you're running through. Even if they charge on the middle, what you're seeing is that if you buy each one separately, you'll actually pay less in the long run than if you bought them all together. So how does this translate, into Google? So basically, like if we took the segmentation, instead of talking about nuts and peanuts and cashew nuts, we talked about segmenting by geographical. So by country, you can also segment by district, so more relevant districts as opposed to less relevant ones, or even down to city. So for example, there's some cities in Southeast Asia that you want to target just the city and not the entire country in order to have some control over your spend. You can look at the keyword groups and the relevant ad copy, display groups, and where you're harvesting the retargeting groups. So I've taken an example here actually from Forex. The biggest, I've used this one in particular because it's much easier to show because there's only one real platform provider there. So there's high keyword bidding on MT4, MT5, which is the provider there. And what you can see is if I took the budget and split it out into the different, even just between the English-speaking countries, that I can get somewhere around, a slightly higher average click-through rate, and pay less overall. So if we look at like if I took the average and then I spread them out, you can see that I've actually increased the average click-through rate by 11%. My average CPC, cost per click, is down 25%. The max cost per click that I'm paying is down 27%, and my overall budget is decreased by 17%. When you're talking about spending tens of thousands of dollars, euros, pounds, you can actually see how this could actually give you much better reach. So the question normally people ask me is, why doesn't everyone do this? Well, obviously there's a lot more administration involved. I mean, you're having to run through a number of groups rather than just a single large block. But your sweat equity is what pays off as far as costs in the long run. When we're looking at messaging, you have to make sure that the ad that you place and the keyword you're running after makes sense. Like when you talk about the advert that comes afterwards. So again, I've gone back to Forex because it's very easy to look at. If I searched for MT5 on Google, this is actually in the UK, and I have a look at the results that come up on the ads, you can actually see the two ads. I've actually like blurred out the operators for this purpose, but you can see like the top ad actually at least says MT5, and the second one actually does say MT4 rather than MT5. So it's important that you try and blend that too. And then when you take someone back, you can actually see that the landing page needs to actually fit the keyword you're looking at as well. So I mean, the top one brought you to a page that talked about MT5. Spoke about MT5, the search was for MT5, but the second one spoke about MT4 and brings you to some page that's not related at all to anything, not MT4 or MT5. Content marketing. When we talk about content marketing, usually it's talking about like how you can measure the ROI. So, people say, I'm producing content. There's no way I can measure what the effect is. Actually, you can. If you're working in marketing and you're a marketing person, you need this to be able to fight for your budget. If you're a CEO, you actually need to know what's going on and where your money's going. So I think it's very important to go through this as well. You need to always benchmark. So basically what you're looking at from content is obviously there's online, your online site and your online blog. There's also offsite. So these are other places that will take your content, either by paying or not by paying. Native advertising, which again, I'll go back to, is stuff like Taboola, which is the content. Influencers, even some of your affiliates, PR, social media posts, articles, and interviews. When you're looking at measuring, what you should see is an overall increase in the number of visitors. You should see an increase in direct, if you're looking at Google Analytics, for example, increase in direct visitors, organic, social, and referrals. These are the areas that are coming from your content. You should see an increase in your retargeting pool. You should see an increase overall in the number of your leads. You should see, from the branding perspective, a higher ranking on the search engine, a higher SERP. Which would lead to more visitors. The higher you rank, the more visitors you get. You should see an increase in brand trust, recognition, and authority. That translates to an increase in your click-through rate, and that also into an increase in your conversion percentage. I want to take a little bit of time and talk about the millennials and how to crack this new market in particular. They're very foreign to most of us. They have very different habits. We're talking about the age group between 25 and 40 today, which should be right on the spot of the new audience we're looking at today. I mean, one example I've put out here is that that only 42% of millennials watch scheduled programming on TV. So when we look at those compared to Generation Z, so I'm going to explain the difference between the two. So obviously we spoke about millennials who were born between 1980 and 1995, which puts them between 25 and 40-year-old. Generation Z are the guys who are under 25, who were born from 1995 onwards. Again, they're going to be the secondary new generation coming through to gaming. So it's important to understand what they're looking at. They're both looking for value and experience. So this is where people talk about experiential marketing. Experiential marketing means giving someone an experience above and beyond like just a click. They're looking for entertainment, they're looking for some skill, and they're looking for peer competition. You can see that the millennials grew up during, obviously online, but during relative economic stability, and the Generation Z grew up within a period of economic recession. Each one of them has, for different reasons, a motivation to look for value for money. They're not easily parted with the money that they're looking at. Just for fun, I can show you what they've never seen. Millennials have never seen a floppy disk, and the Generation Z never seen a flip phone. When you look at how much screen time they get, basically we're looking at 14.8 hours a week for the millennials and 13.2 hours a week for the Generation Z. The millennials generally look at 2 screens per day, which means that they flip between their desktop and mobile, or tablet and desktop. The Generation Z will look at up to 5 screens at one time. Although both are consuming less scheduling program, there's actually like a rise in TV and radio advertising, which seems counterintuitive, but this is because there's a rise in VOD, in video on demand, and online, which means that you can use traditional styles of online media to reach these guys. Bear in mind that most of them are using pop-up blockers and ad blockers. So embedding your ads within the programming, the stream, product placements are becoming more and more important. As far as the content type, both the consuming, again, millennials looking at mobile content, blogs, podcasts, videos. And the Generation Z more short videos, video on demand, GIFs and images. Both are looking at social media, different channels for each one. There's already well known that Facebook is for older people, and Instagram, for example, for younger. Social media stories have become more and more important. Product placement key, influencers key. It's not talking about like big stars either. We talk like the micro and nano, the guys with 1,000 or 10,000 followers. What they're looking for is trust, and they're looking at research. Most of these guys, you have to remember, like when they look at the possibility of buying their first property, in most countries it looks completely out of reach, which is why they're so careful with their money and why they want to have that feeling of value. So you need to be able to create that. Some of it can be created with competition. So create some kind of competition element. Sports betting can be leveraged because there's some level of skill. One of the things that this coronavirus has taught us in general is how to think like millennials and Generation Z, because I mean, we've seen a rise in, for example, poker and bingo, because they are essentially skill and social, or social based, and I think this is a good lesson to carry forward. I'm going to run through a couple of results really quickly. I'm going to make this entire presentation available, so you can each see, you can all download this. I'll make sure this is available to everyone. So basically, when I looked at a project that involved segmentation and content, we saw a decrease cost per lead of 41% over 2 years, decrease effective CPA cost by 44%, increased lead relevancy by 109%. This was using social media, native media, Google and Baidu. This was also looking at obviously China as well. It was optimization of all campaigns and geos. So, for example, when we were looking at Malaysia, for example, we cut down to one city for advertising rather than a blanket one over the country. The same in Indonesia, which we eventually cut completely and left to organic. Implementation of new strategies, which included using tools like custom affinity to target competitor traffic, and combined strategy with content to improve the cost, the CTR, the click-through rates, and the conversion rate. You're facing given a budget of £150,000. Sorry, I was given a budget of £40,000 a month for a brand new brand to reach £150,000 in gross profit in a single month by month 4. This was achieved, and it was achieved by really focusing down onto a targeted profile base, and basically spending the money like trying to take a small segment rather than the whole market. And again, it was a creative blend of using advertising, digital and offline, in this case, events and PR, which created the kind of experience and kind of like a feeling, a brand that people could identify with. Value chain. So value chain, let me explain really quickly, is to offer something for like free that has a value. For example, a course, an ebook, which is in ebooks have started to become a little bit old hat. And then to do a conversion as a second rate. Again, we saw high increases in profits, in conversion, monthly retention, and decrease in bonus spends. Again, using the value chain, we could see that we got first-time deposit conversions down by 32%. We increased second month returning new. So these are guys who are coming back after 30 days by 75%, increased new player value by 170%, increased lifetime value by 63%. Again, I'm happy to share this information offline with anyone who needs it. My contact details are here. I'm going to switch this off for a second. Anyone who wants to take a shot of this screen, welcome to do so. If not, let me go off. Okay, so I'm back. You can back looking at me. So yeah, I'm definitely going to say it. Thanks for the comment, Justine. I love it as well. It's my baby, the artwork. I'm open to questions. As you can see, I'm looking at my camera's on this screen and the questions are on that screen. So I'm looking away from you guys. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to drop in the comments here my email address. And also the website. Sorry, www, obviously. I'll make sure that we share the presentation.
People love stories, especially when they are success stories. Want to hear my favorite? Come. This is the story of 1xBet, a bookmaker company which in just 13 years has become one of the world leaders in the betting industry. What is the secret of its success in a product that folks adore? And that the biggest brands trust. Thousands of events in pre-match and live. They could fit in this book, 195 volumes, but it's all on our website and mobile app, which, like the entire platform, is available in 58 languages. Allez les Bleus, bonne chance! So our players are literally all over the world. Un café, por favor. And they have access to a huge number of payment systems for financial operations. And, for the tech-savvy, even 50 cryptocurrencies. And 1xBet is not only bets on most popular sports like football, boxing and tennis, but also esports, TV series, TV shows, movies, politics, science, and much more. And that's just what's relevant to betting. There are dozens of other products. Indeed, people need to enjoy not only the game itself, but also the variety of opportunities. And you know what our customers don't need? They don't need to fly to Las Vegas. Why? Because Las Vegas is in their pockets. The whole concept of 1xBet is innovation for your enjoyment.
And the winner is 1xBet.
Thank you. And we regularly receive lots of various awards for that. But the greatest reward for us is your recognition. We are growing together and improving every single day. We are proud of our interface, which every single player can set up individually, keeping just the bits they really need, so that nothing distracts them on the path to success. And our round-the-clock support services team are competent specialists who will always help you out and help you avoid mistakes, answer your questions and sort out the issues. They are available 24/7 and they definitely speak your language. People love success stories, but to tell you how, it must be created. Do it with 1xBet.
Great, excellent. Thank you very much for joining this presentation. And thank you very much for inviting me to this presentation as well, for all the team from Bet Expo and Ilana in particular. My name is Juan Pablo Cordova. I'm the Managing Director of iGaming Latam. And today I'm going to talk about online gaming in the Latam region. And in particular, I'm going to talk about the keys to success in this market that it seems very interesting for different people around the globe. Talking a little bit more about myself, I'm the Managing Director of iGaming Latam. As I said before, iGaming Latam is a consultancy firm that helps different operators around the globe to develop their business in Latin America. In particular, we help them with customer support, marketing strategy, product portfolio, acquisition, retention, CRM, and other kind of things related to the operation in particular. In addition to that, I'm also the CPO of Neko Games. Neko Games is a game studio that develop games for the Latin American market in particular, in partnership with Microgaming. And before that, I was marketing director for Jackpot Joy in Latam, and also head of marketing and BI for them. I was marketing director for Coder in Brazil for a company called Suaposta that was sold to Betson a couple of months ago, and head of BI for BetMotion and some other operators around the region. And also have some degrees on casino management, e-marketing, and customer analytics as well. Today, I want to talk about the LATAM region in particular. For the purpose of this presentation, I'm going to consider LATAM as a group of countries that includes Mexico, the Central America and the Caribbean countries, and also South America, including Brazil. These group of countries are in total, there are a total of 32 countries in particular. They have 620 million people in total, and the GDP per capita is around $17,000, which is, because according to these numbers, a very interesting market. But one of the things that you need to understand about this market is that it's in a very early stage in everything related to online gambling. If we look at the numbers of online gambling, the raw numbers of online gambling, we could see that only 0.2% of the population plays online right now, and the market is generated around $8 million GGR per year. And those numbers are concentrated, 80% of that is concentrated in only 6 countries: Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Peru, and Colombia, which makes it very, very early stage market. This means that this total market, these 32 countries, are generating the same GGR, the number of players, as the Spanish market, one single country in Europe is generating the same as the total region, right? So again, a lot of field to improve. But the good news is that all the different analysis and estimations around the market says that in the next 5 years, these numbers are going to grow, especially GGR, the number of players. And they're thinking that there's going to grow 10 times the current values. And the reason, or one of the two main reasons behind this is that this region is going through a regulatory process. Brazil is regulating, Argentina, the city of Buenos Aires and the province of Buenos Aires is regulating. Chile and Peru are also thinking on regulation. Colombia is regulated, but in a very early stage, and it's the same situation with Mexico. This other thing that is important that explains this growth is the player's maturity. It is expected that the player's maturity will grow a lot during the next 5 years. And some operators says that this is going to happen in the next 3 years, which means if that happens, maybe this continent, this region in particular, will generate the same GGR and the same number of players that the UK market right now, which is very interesting. This is basically what all the operators that are targeting Latin America right now knows about the market, and this is why they are so interested about this market. What they don't know in particular, or only a few operators know about this market, is that how this transition is going to happen and what are the challenges that are going to face during the next 5 years. And the main challenge they're going to face, is that in order for these numbers to reach these numbers, is that the blue ocean of potential players, I mean, those people that are willing to play online, but for some reason they are not doing it right now, they will need to convert them. And after that, they will need to maximize the player value, right? So if you think about Latin America and the rest of the countries in Europe, you could say that in that particular scenario, they are completely different. In particular, because the player behavior and the local idiosyncrasy are completely different between the two regions, right? So right now, I'm going to talk about what are the 10 keys to success in LATAM, considering those differences, and trying to help you guys if you have an operation in Malta or in Europe and you want to develop the business in Latin America. What are the key things that you need to consider that, in my opinion, are very, very different to what you're doing right now in other markets. This is basically based on my experience, of course, but also I include some analysis I did related to what other operators did extremely well in Latin America, and they're having some extremely good numbers, and also including some analysis on those operators that failed completely and leave the market in the last 2 or 3 years. Okay, so let's start. First thing you need to know is that you need to have a clear definition on your target, right? First of all, Latin America is not a market itself. Latin America is a group of countries very different between each other, with different cultures, different idiosyncrasies. So if you're thinking on targeting Latin America on all the Spanish speaker countries because it's the same language, then think again, because the difference between them is extremely big. And not between also the countries, but especially between the regions inside the countries and the cities are also very important as well. The best example is Brazil. So the northeast of Brazil is very different to São Paulo and Rio, and São Paulo and Rio are very different between each other. And at the same time, those cities are very different to the south. But the good news is that even if you're starting in the market and you want to target one single city, there is a really good opportunity for you there. Because, for example, São Paulo, it's 25 million people by its own. So it's a market itself. It's like a small country inside the country, right? Or Mexico City. Mexico City is around 30 million people, if I'm getting it right. So you think on that before targeting the Latin American market. The most important thing related to the definition of your target is that you need to define what we call the DNA of the player. And the DNA of the player for us is basically defining the key questions related to gambling that you need to consider. It's going to affect the player behavior of the player. Some examples of this could be how they consider gambling. It's something, a bad habit for them. It's another entertainment proposal. Do they do transactional operations online? Do they purchase things online? It's very common for them to do that. How much they know about the games? Do they know about slots? Do they know about sports betting? And when you have that definition, I strongly recommend you to put that definition in the center of your strategy do a 360 analysis on that and face that definition of your player with your customer support strategy, your marketing strategy, your product strategy, your payments and fraud strategy, and marketing and branding, and so on. And you will see if you're running an operation from Malta or from Europe, from different parts of the world, you will see that the needs that these players have are very different to the needs that other markets and other players will have in other parts of the world. The second thing that you need to consider is about branding and acquisition. First of all, if you're thinking on branding only for Latin America, that's not enough. When I'm saying branding only, I'm saying that there are a lot of operators that think they have the best user experience, they have the best product, they have the best marketing team and the best branding, and they want to invest really hard on marketing on Latin America, so they start buying media and TV ads and so on, and spending millions of euros. And after a while, they will realize that this will not work. There are a lot of examples you can Google online, a lot of examples of operators, big operators, top 10 operators in the market that spend 5 million, 10 million euros on branding, and they didn't succeed. They didn't have value from the market, and they left the market immediately after that because they think there is no value in the market. I strongly recommend you to use brand ambassadors. This guy on the right here is Xuxa. He's a very famous swimmer in Brazil. He's very charismatic, great personality, and it will help you. The brand ambassador, the local brand ambassadors will help you to destroy all the myths around the industry. In Latin America, there's a lot of myths around gambling, that is illegal, that is against religion, that is a bad habit, and so on. Using this kind of an ambassador that the people trust, they will help you to destroy those myths. In this case, Xuxa also help us to train the players about how to deposit, how to withdraw, how to play, because we create some really good videos around those concepts. On the other side, if you're thinking, okay, let's try to find the best affiliates in the market, and it's best really because we have the best affiliate deal and we have the best affiliate managers. Well, think again, because there are only a few good affiliates in the market. Alessandro, who spoke before me, that's one of them that I recommend to work with him. But there's only a few of them. There is not too much. A lot of people will say that they have traffic for Latin America, but traffic that you can convert and could get value from them, that's only a few. And because of this scenario, obviously there's a lot of opportunities for SEO and SEM if there is a chance to do that, if it's allowed, because some keywords are very, very cheap in comparison with other markets where the competition is much more aggressive. Number 3, customer support, and this is probably one of the key things of everything if you want to target Latin America. First of all, local language, and local between quotes, it's not enough. If you have a Portuguese-speaking customer support team from Portugal, or a customer support team that speaks Spanish, but the people is from Spain, and you're thinking on targeting Brazil and the rest of Latin America with that customer support team, well, think again, because for us, it's going to be like an insult to hear those words or the typical phrases from those European markets. It's like an insult, it's something bad. It's not going to generate any kind of threats. But even between Latin America, I'm Argentinian. If I hear some Colombian guy in a customer support team or Chilean guy, I will feel the same, and vice versa, right? So depending on your target market, you need to have the same local language, but also the same phrases, try to use the same words and the same ways of say things, right? It's really important. You also need to consider customer support team, not just like a team that will solve the specific issues at some specific points of the journey of the player. You need to think a customer support team that will help the player to go through all the different stages of the life cycle and take the players by the hand on every single stage, because players don't understand anything about depositing, playing, withdrawing, and etc. And they will need help. They will need real people behind to help them to go through this. Obviously, thinking on this, the typical knowledge-based strategy, the FAQ-based strategy, where you push players to the knowledge base, try to force them to find their answers for themselves, and then eventually, if they have any question, try to have some kind of direct contact, maybe at the beginning with the robot and then with the customer support team in the chat. That will not work. People prefer to lead instead of reading, because Normally, Latin American players will never read, will never try to understand by themselves. They will look for real people that will help them to go through these problems. In that sense, I strongly recommend you to have many direct contacts methods as possible. WhatsApp, live chat, Facebook chat, inbound calls, and emails, everything you can have. But of course, if you do that, you need to have a really strong segment strategy because the cost of that will be extremely, extremely big. So you need to have some kind of segment strategy where you put the high player values or sorry, the high value players or the potential value players at the first in the queue. Otherwise, it's going to be extremely expensive. Number 4, payment methods. Latin America is a very cash-driven market, so I strongly recommend you to work with local payment methods that also have some local shops that can collect money from deposits and also can pay prices. Internationally, wallets are not popular. If you have Neteller or PayPal, that's fine, but they're not going to make any kind of differences. If you can, don't charge fees to the players, specifically in deposits. You can lose. Obviously, if you have a VIP strategy where you don't charge fees to the players, that's fine. But even for potential VIP players, if you can avoid charging fees to them, that will be great. Otherwise, you could lose a lot of good players because of that. I strongly recommend you also to have some backups for the local payment methods specifically. For example, if you have Boleto in Brazil, I would strongly recommend you to have 2 different or 3 different payment processors that could support you on that because they fail a lot. So sometimes you will lose a very important payment method because of that. And in addition to that, if you're thinking that the Latin American economy is dollarized, well, think again. You need to have local currency. Never came to Latin America with having only dollars or euros for deposits or to play. Number 5, UX and UI for dummies. As I said before, it's a very early stage market, so players don't understand exactly how online casino works. This is something that all the operators does very well, but anyway, I want to review a little bit some of the key points on this topic. First of all, try to have the simple registration and deposit forms as possible. Try to ask for the mandatory information only. If you want to ask for more information, it will be time later for that, especially at the withdrawals stage. But at the beginning, just ask for the minimum information possible. Obviously, you don't have to have no more than 2 or 3 clicks to place a bet. If you can have games on the homepage, that's great because players will never scroll, so they will play whatever you show in the initial screen, the homepage. Also, I'm talking about not only casino, but also talking about sports. If you can have combo bets in your homepage, that will be great. That will work extremely well. The customer support link should be clearly visible because all the reasons that I mentioned before. I strongly recommend you to avoid as much text as possible because player will never read. Try to use images, try to use videos, try to be very graphical when you're trying to explain something or try to communicate something. And everything else you can imagine related to have the best UX for this market in particular. Number 6, portfolio strategy, also a very important topic. Obviously, you need to have local games and local markets for sports. If you don't know what this game is, this is Showball. This is the most popular video bingo in Brazil. So you need to have this kind of game for Brazil and also for Mexico. Video bingos are extremely, extremely big in Mexico as well. In terms of sports, people are not very familiarized with combo bets, so you need to have some cross-selling strategy from traditional bets or normal bets to combo bets. Having this kind of pre-created combo bets in the homepage will work a lot. That will be a really good strategy for you. So I strongly recommend that. In terms of casino games, start thinking on high hit frequency instead of having high prices. This is related to the trust issue. So imagine normally high prices games are related to a high volatility in terms of the mathematics of the games. So imagine that you're a new player in Latin America that you don't trust. If you're a Latin American, you don't trust on the government, you don't trust on the police, you don't trust on the neighbor. Imagine trying to trust in an online casino that is new for them. So if you have a very high volatility portfolio, after 5, 6, or 7 spins, it could happen that you will not win anything, and immediately they will think that you are stealing money from them. So start thinking of high hit frequency, more regular winnings, slow winnings, but more frequent. that will work even better than having high prices or high jackpots, that in some specific cases, those higher jackpots are higher than the national lottery prices, for example, and that those kind of things are not generating trust at all. And you also need to think on mobile and also desktop. Right now, the average revenues coming from mobile in Latin America is around 45%. So 55% is coming from desktop as well. I know there is a trend in Europe to think mobile first and so on. That's fine, but you cannot avoid thinking on desktop as well. Number 7, also very important, be patient with the player value. This is a graph that shows the player value from an operator that we used to work with. We run the full operation in Latin America for them. They were extremely strong in Asia. They have the best value from that market. And also they have some operations in the Nordics and the UK. And this blue line was the original player value evolution that they had at the beginning. When they hired us, we started to implement everything I said before. And the growth of the player value after 18 months was extremely exponential. And at this time, the player value that they have in from LATAM is even higher than Asia. As you can see, and this is the reason of why I'm including this player value is growing exponentially. So at the beginning, what will happen is that the player will start depositing a little bit and then will draw in a little bit, try to see if everything goes well, and trying to generate some kind of trust in terms of the transactional events. And then after that, after the 5th or the 6th deposit, maybe they will start showing you the real value. Of course, you need to support this growth with a lot of promotions, with a lot of actions, because that will never happen alone. But that is what is going to happen. If you're thinking, or if you have a typical thinking that says that after the first deposit, I know exactly how much value I can get from a player, or maybe after the 3rd deposit, I know exactly how much value I can get to the player. Well, in Latin America, that will not happen, because at the beginning, they will not show you exactly how much value they worth. Number 8, and also related to this topic, think on promotion as part of your value proposition, as part of your product portfolio. And the reason behind this is because how we consider internet. So internet in LATAM is considered as a place where I could get discounts, offers, or something extra. If you're selling something in internet that has the same price that in a retail store and it's the same product, I will always choose, or normally Latin Americans will prefer to go to the retail stores because they can touch it, they can test it, they can talk with the real sales people, and they could see if they're trying to scam them or not. So discounts are extremely important in LATAM, and that's why you need to consider for every single transaction, every single financial commitment, you need to consider some kind of promotion behind. Related to those promotions, it's extremely important that you keep simple math around that. If you have a 25% bonus on the first deposit, a 35% bonus on the second one, with different minimum requirements for deposit and maximum bonuses, different maximum bonuses, with wager requirements that are extremely high, complicated to calculate, or with different contributions to wager requirements according to different games, that will never work. Just for you to have an idea, 70% of the people in Latin America only have the basic mathematical skills. And when I say basic mathematical skills, I'm talking about the mathematical skills that you learn on primary school. So if you have very complicated percentages and wager requirements and so on, they will never understand it, and they will start thinking that you are trying to scam them, you're trying to steal money from them. And you need to have promotions for every single stage of the life cycle, for the early life, for the prematurity stage, for the maturity stage. You need to have promotions all the time. Different types of promotions, of course, because the objectives, the goals of different stages are different, but you need to have promotions for every one of them, for every single transaction again. And you always need to think on maximizing the player value and the ROI of the campaign. Otherwise, you're going to start spending a lot of money on bonusing that is not going to give any kind of result. So I strongly recommend you analyzing that and having the best promotion portfolio possible related to those goals. Number 9, productivity. And this is related to all the critical changes that will happen in the next 5 years in LATAM. Changes will happen in terms of regulation, customer support standard, payment methods, products and games, and everything you can imagine related to the operation. And only those that could be at the top of the change, that could be changed immediately and react immediately to the market, those will be the ones that are going to succeed. And last but not least, the last one is I strongly recommend you to work with local people. This is a picture of our team, a part of our team in Uruguay. As you can see, we have Mexican people, we have Brazilians, we have Uruguayans, we have Argentinians, we have Peruvians. We have one specialist for every single market that we target. And I strongly recommend that. Even if if your wife is Brazilian, if you spend some time in Latin America, you live in Mexico, wherever you think you know about Latin America, well, again, think again, because only those who have the local DNA will understand the local problems, and only those that are local will be able to solve the local issues. And that's it. Thank you very much, guys. Here's my email and my Skype ID and my telephone if you want to ask me questions. I'm open also for questions right now in the chat. Okay, it seems that there are no questions in the chat. So here is my contacts. Right. Thank you, Andres. Thank you for that. There's my email address and my Skype ID and telephone number. If you have any questions, please contact me and I will try to help you immediately. Thank you very much for your time and see you soon.